this one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. What up, man? Yeah.
What we doing?
Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcast 11, they love it, but don't judge it.
Off the block, giving it back.
Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcast 11, they love it, but don't judge us. Damn. Got it off the block, forming a dynasty from a rock. Laid back in the cut, press play, can't get enough. Yo, let's chop it up in every location. A bearded conversation, opportunity keep knocking like child support payments. Started from the bottom like basements, now we famous. Podcast official, the topic will probably hit you from a distance like a pistol. Subscribe so you can listen to survival of the fittest. We talking it how we living it. Rolling like a dealership, managing several businesses. T-shirts, podcast, no, you don't need a membership. Just follow us on YouTube, Knowledge Supreme Infinite. Chicago got a zipping excited, let's talk about it. Going live, check your notifications so you can holler. Or leave it in the comments, debate it, just being honest. Chicago topics, grow wild views, we supersonic. Big Angus Conga, circle back round like every week. Tell a friend off the block, it's where we meet. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcast live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back to hood lovers. Bearded conversation, homie, tap in. Why you hating? You already know we locked in. The world's greatest. Broadcast live and they love it, but don't judge us. Got it off the block, giving it back. Come on. The hood lovers, off the block, giving it back. The hood lovers, broadcast live. Off the block, giving it back. Conversation off the block, giving it back. Conversation off the block, giving it back. Got it off the block, giving it back.
Yo. Welcome, family. Welcome back to another episode of Bearded Conversation. They usually thumping Thursday, but we gonna call it Trouble Thursday today. What's going on with everybody, man? Hope everybody doing good. Hope everybody feeling fine. I'm alright. Yes, thanks for asking. Hey man, y'all know how I like to start off every show. Let's get to it. Let's keep everybody in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. Once again, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. That's people we come in contact with on a daily basis, people we're cordial with, our families, our extended families, and more especially our bearded conversation, our bearded studios, our bearded lounge at the dark, and our bearded tabernacle family, y'all. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time, family, love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the most important part. You know what I'm saying? That's that glue that hold all these components together. That's that support, man. So don't forget to E40 that thing and sprinkle a little support on top. There's a little support go a long way. You hear me? Hey, man, if you don't believe me, try it out. See how it work out for you. If it don't work out, come on back. We can talk about it. You feel me? Maybe we can figure some things out, Hey, man, big shout out to my co-hosts who ain't never in the building, L Boogie, Roscoe P, and my co-hosts with the mostest, my little one, AJ. Love you, son. Man, big ups to all Leos out there, too, man. Big up, man, Leo gang in the building, you feel me? All the Leos this the month, man. We got a couple more weeks in this month, you know what I'm saying, before we move on. Big shout out to all my Leos out there. Big shout out to all 3 of my boys, man. You know they Leos. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to myself. You hear me? My B-Day coming up too. You know what I'm saying? Leo gang in the building. Let's do this before we get started too, man. Just in case. I don't make it home tonight. Yeah, y'all ain't ready for that. Hey, man, the thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. The thoughts, views, and opinions of Bearded Conversations are the thoughts, views, and opinions of me right now. I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. I don't mean to hurt, to harm, or to offend. This video, this video is for informational, educational, and entertainment purposes only. Once again, this video stream is for informational, educational, and edutainment purposes only, with the underlying undertone on edutainment. So we do emphasize and stress edutainment. Please do not take any advice given or anything shown on this video stream for face value without consulting the proper professionals that suit your specific needs. Please do your due diligence. Please do your proper network and research. And don't forget, like I always say, man, get that second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth opinion. Because we don't want you going out here robbing no banks, starting over boss, telling your boss where he or she can take, how they can turn it sideways, and where to put it. Please pay attention to that, because we don't want you doing none of that. Hey, man, you know, a bit in the uproar, man, about this Nolan Wells case. I tried to bring some light and shed some light yesterday on the Corey Ruiz case, which I think a lot of people probably ain't necessarily heard about. But yeah, I wanted to share some light and bring some light to that, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's what we're gonna be, well, I ain't gonna say I think, that's what we're gonna be trying to do moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Shed light on particular cases. I know everybody might be tired of the Nolan Wells case. But again, man, I think this is a serious issue. Just even the Corey Ruiz, that I showed the other day, and how the police shot him. Big shout out to my brother, and big shout out to little bro Nike fan, they won for slap through. But yeah, when we was talking about that yesterday, that was, you know, and again, I'm not saying that, especially in the Corey Ruiz situation, I'm not saying that the brother didn't have a knife. Um, I and again, I wasn't there to tell you that his behavior was a little bit erotic or whatever the case may be. And again, you know, I tried to, you know, I don't want to necessarily say take up, but I tried to understand and empathize with the police and the type of job that they have when they out there. Um, you know, and dealing with certain situations, things. And, you know, and a lot of times, man, us as the public, oh man, y'all get trained for this, y'all get trained for that. Especially like, because I didn't see police shoot autistic kids, you know what I'm saying, special needs people and shit like that. But y'all gotta understand, man. A lot of times, man, if you go into a situation you don't know what the fuck going on, they don't know none of that. They don't, you know, the police really ain't understanding. And when we say they supposed to have training in these things, yeah, de-escalation training, right? But when but I would tend to think that each situation, sometimes, you know, have similarities, but will be different. So you deal with things different. And they might not always know how to deal with a certain situation. You know what I'm saying? They might not always be as poised or as versed or as knowledgeable in a particular situation to be able to deal with that situation versus what they know. Sharon, what's going on? Versus what they know. And again, I don't want nobody to think I'm taking up for the police, because I listen, I didn't experience my fair share of BS, you know what I'm saying, with the police. So, you know what I'm saying? But, and again, man, you know, I mean, greater times than less, the encounters has been bad. And I'm going to be truthful. When I'm doing some, and this is just me, every time I done did some, you know what I'm saying, some effed up type ish, you feel me? I wasn't treated bad by the police. It's always when I'm going to make a report, or if I'm calling them, or a little random routine traffic stop, or just a random, like, and you get the worst, like, what the, you know what I'm saying? But again, so all police ain't bad, man, and we need to be police, right? That's why I ain't gonna say that's why they instituted, but originally, and we know what it's for. But in modern times, you know, again, like I told y'all yesterday, the police job is to serve and to protect the law. The job is to not to serve and protect the communities and the public, and I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You feel me? It says to serve and protect. Yes, the law. So they taking their oaths to uphold the law, not to uphold the rights of the citizen who are supposed to uphold said law. You feel me? They not there to protect you. They there to protect the law itself, what the law stands for. Those words. You know what I'm saying? When we go into courtrooms, or when the police pull us over and they read us the rights, and when they be typing up their reports and they pull out them the books and they trying to look up these codes and who up the bam to classify this. So you know how you get your police report and it says ICLS da 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 7620.265 or some shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then, you know, you look at the bottom and it gives you the references of what You know what I'm saying? You could have got the ticket for with the numbers and then you trying to match. But yeah, man, like it's a see this so but that's one thing. But being out there in them streets, man, like I say, it's hard to be a police officer. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? But in the situation, like I said, with the Corey Reeves, yeah, they was bogus. You know what I'm saying? They was bogus. We couldn't you know what I'm saying? We can't call it no other way. You know. Um, like I said, there's been a lot going on with the Kendra Scott, the young lady that shot the young man in the back of the head. You feel me? Carmelo Anthony with the stabbing. This Nolan Wells. I mean, man, it's just so much stuff happening in the world, man. And it amazes me, like when I'm playing these videos about the Nolan Wells, or we talking, or we watching and giving our feedback about that. And I want to do that as well because I want to talk a little bit more about that as well. But it's amazing how, and again, I'm not mad at it. I love the attention. I love the views, right? But when we doing stuff like this, where we slow it down and we want to come up with solutions, and we want to really try to figure out what can we do to make situations better on both ends for all people, um, in society, whether they was involved in this situation or not. Like, what can we do to make that living with each other better? You know what I'm saying? How can we learn to love? How can we learn to support? How can we learn to help? How can we learn to, come together and unite? And just do it a little bit, different than what has been done before. I mean, because all we got to do is look through our history and look through our modern day present time and look what's going on, right? But it amazes me, though, bro, when we try to have these conversations and be civil with each other, you don't get the 100 in the chat. You don't get the 12K in the chat. You don't get the 1,200 in the chat. You know what I'm saying? You don't get the arguing back and forth and the race baiting and hating in the chat. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Why not, view then? Why not come together then? Why not say, well, this is how I feel and this is why I feel that way now and da da da. All these, but when you're doing the other shit, how you get all the insults and let me tell y'all something too, man. At these insults, I am so glad that I do not let any of those chat warriors bother me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't care what color you are, man. Even my brothers and sisters that be in the chat calling them, saying savages and shit like that. Now I ain't saying y'all wrong. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, when you start off like that versus trying to, really understand and be empathetic towards the situation, you feel me? And because all people are not the same. So like when we playing the content about the Nolan Wells, people come in and be like, "Oh man, they savages, they this, that, the third." Okay, yeah, maybe that was true. Other people who did whatever they did to them, right? Well, we just can't group and classify everybody like that. You feel? Because then, because basically they doing the same shit we doing. Fanbo, what up? Cito, what up? You know what I'm saying? They basically doing the same shit we doing. You know what I'm saying? Basically doing the same shit we doing. Fambo says, he said, the system's not here to help us. It's here to put us against each other. That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. He said, salute to everybody on this teaching Thursday. You got it, I mean? You feel me? You got it, I mean? Big shout out to Jacob too. You feel me? Hey, man, big shout out to that debacle of an anniversary show that wound up being good. We had some technical difficulties in the beginning, man. Big shout out to the show, Two Wheels STS. If y'all ain't subbed up, go sub up, man. When we talk all things WWE, um, me and my boy Nike Fam and J Dub, man. Man, make sure y'all go check us out. We trying to, do some things to get it better. You know what I'm saying? To get more people, make it a little bit more fun, man. Just bear with us. You know what I'm saying? While we getting that together, man. But we appreciate all the support that we've been getting so far, man. We appreciate all the subs that's been making the show on their end and on my end. I appreciate everybody on my channel that's following me over there to support me doing that as well. So I appreciate y'all. And also I appreciate their audience. So man, Two Heels STS. If y'all ain't subbed up, make sure y'all go check it out. But yeah, man, it be a lot going on, man. So it just amazes me, you know. And the hate and the divide don't even have to be and that's what's crazy. You feel me? The hate and the divide don't even have to be that damn strong. It just don't. Just don't. And then you said the system, fanboy. Yeah, it's a system, right? But shit, we got to partake in that system. Or is it a thing of just might be scared to come from underneath the system? You know? They set us up to be coddled and pacified. And we go with it. Jerz, what up, my boy? Hit that like button, family. They set us up to cuddle and pacify us, bro, and we go for it. Honestly. Honestly, bro. I don't think and yeah. You want to see I'm talking bad about the people, yeah. Honestly, I don't think if we did separate, bro, I don't think we'll last fucking 2 weeks without trying to run back. In the current state we in now, I'm talking about mindset wise. And not everybody, because you're gonna have some that's gonna stick to the plan. That's definite. But we need everybody to stick to the plan. Like, how can we get everybody to stick to this plan? How can we get everybody to stay on top? How can we keep everybody engaged? Rambo, we all got to come with solutions how to fix this system. I say let's get up out of this system. Me personally. If you weren't never part of a system or a system wasn't made for you in the first place, ain't no fixing that system. And I think we use the wrong words or we take the wrong approach to the so-called system thing. You know what I'm saying? Because if it wasn't meant for you, you can't. So if it wasn't meant for you, it doesn't apply to you. So since it doesn't apply to you, you can't fix something that don't apply to you. You feel me? Because like because it's just like beating a dead fucking horse because you were never supposed to be implemented inside of the system in the first place. You were just supposed to be a variable of the system, not a part of the system. And I know that sounds fucked up because if you're a variable of the system, that means you have to be part of the system, right? But not in the way of political gain, not in the way of economical. And even though we have thrived, but during those times, we were separate. You hear me? And I've been hearing a lot of people, kind of go against the separation thing. They believe that integration was a good thing, and we should have been separate. I mean, and we shouldn't have been separate, and we should always, from the jump, been integrated. But as soon as integration happened, you know, as soon as you know, abide by foreign policies, foreign policies trick you. And then when the foreign policy tricked you, the foreign policy took over and pushed you all the way on out. What's going on, Cuban Gin? Sure. He said through past, the government tried to damage us and kill off our communities, including now as well. And that's true. And that's true. And that's true. You know, trust me. I can give y'all see, and they talk about the Black Wall Street in Oklahoma. Man, I can give you hundreds of truth. Shit, I only got to do the communities. We can go with the inventions, right? We ain't even got to go with the inventions. We can go with education, bro. It's just so much, and what I want to understand is how And why did we stop? Governments can be overthrown, and I'm not coming on here trying to be this super radical militant um individual, talking to you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't want to create or start a war. I'm not saying that, any of those things. I just believe that it'll never be a system of equality. You feel me? We'll never be equal. First, we're the minority, right? You know what I'm saying? Here in America, that is. You know what I'm saying? And this the majority in America runs the majority of the world. You understand me? And the only way that we can overcome that is to either separate or overthrow. Now, here we go. People talk about overthrowing, but what are you going to do? What are we going to do? And I done had this conversation, not in depth and not with the right people, but just with you guys and stuff like that. But again, I like having that conversation with you guys because hell, if we looking on these so-called politicians or these so-called bigwigs to run the country and to do things for us and to give a fuck about us, shit, we see how that's going, right? So I'd rather have those conversations with you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because we understand the situations and predicaments that we in, and also some of us have viable solutions to the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's just about coming together, man, and implementing these things and applying these things and teaching people how to apply. You know, and again, I always say separation, and I think it's going to take a couple of hundred years, man, maybe a few, man, maybe 2 to 3 generations to reprogram and debug, so that we can understand and listen. This is not about being a superior being or superior human, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't you listen. So and that's insane, right? Because you want to say, yeah, you are superior, right? Anybody would want to say that, but like, why teach that? Because that right there, that inferior, that teaching, that methodology of understanding the differences between people, you feel me? That's gonna always cause some type of dissension. You know what I'm saying? Always, always, because you're gonna always just you know what I'm saying. You just can't do that. I mean, I'm not gonna say you can't do that because people do it, but then you know, look at the damage it caused. You know, with and I'm not saying that everybody gonna take to it the way other people take to it. Yeah, we can't teach that, man. You got to teach. Just being able to understand that. You know, everybody ain't who they say they are. You feel me? And when we separate, right? Let's not get into this. Oh, kumbaya. No, no, fuck the kumbaya. If we gonna separate and we gonna do this thing, let's stay the fuck away. Monk, what up, brother? Let's stay the fuck away. You say, Peter, how can we fix this America? Fix this because America is divided. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with the division, right? For me, the division ain't the problem because I don't mind being divided, right? But the problem is within that division, everyone is dependent and codependent upon one group. Now we can be divided and have self dependency, and where we growing our own crops, where we educating ourselves, where we policing ourselves, where we judging ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Where we running things around the world ourselves, where we don't have to go to the government for a passport to say, well, I want to go here and I want to go there and I want to do this and I want to stay out there. Like, y'all don't understand this shit. Like, how the fuck do you got out like to chat? I mean, mm, mm. And then they give you these laws. Oh, wait, fuck that. If you're on this motherfucking planet, man, there should be no reason, bro, why you shouldn't be able to go any and everywhere across this motherfucking globe. You go somewhere, you stay past 3 months, the United States coming to get your ass. Facts. He say we get to fight for the next generation. Oh, we got to fight for the next generation. They don't have to go through this. Well, we have to go through. They gonna have to go through it. They always gonna have to go through it. Speaking of that, you heard of the New York judge who served as the getaway driver for a son who was involved in a gang. No, I ain't hear about that, Ms. Jen. That's crazy. He said, "I've been told you Americans are so freaking crazy." You talking about Americans, Ms. Jen, right? And that's and listen, let me tell you something, man. And that's people who aren't from here. Y'all say Americans crazy. Y'all fucked up too. Stop saying Americans. People in general are fucking crazy, Miss Jen. Like, I be seeing your comments and you're right. Look, you seem like you racist towards Americans. People in general are fucked up, Miss Jen. It don't matter who the fuck you are and where the fuck you from. I don't give a fuck if you from an island. You hear me? Across the world, wherever you from. People in general. People in general. And
Yo,
I give you Americans might be a little bit, you know what I'm saying, nuttier than others because of the freedoms we have, because of the way we live. You know, other places we don't go through the shit that other people go. So you know what I'm saying? It's a difference. It's a difference. But we're not the only ones that do fucked up shit. Everybody do. Stop saying Americans. Well, you from Cuba? Look at the fucking system in Cuba, Ms. Jen. The system in Cuba is totally fucked up. Systems everywhere are fucked up. Stop saying America.
what's up, homie?
What's up, to Will? You should have been saying something. Now you want to speak.
And you were talking, bro.
I tell you, now I'm fucking with you, too, Will. What's going on, my boy? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of America being fucked up, it is fucked. So, man, I seen this post earlier, y'all, on Facebook. It was a little boy. He was in the dress. So the school contacted the mother and told the mother that she had to come get the little boy.
Somebody,
He said,
wait.
she,
Somebody said, my bad. Somebody said there was AI, man.
I don't know. I don't know how true that is, but whether it was AI or not,
It's still
shit like
fucked
that
up.
be happening for real.
Yeah, still fucked up.
So regardless of whether it was AI or not, shit like that be happening for real. But again, so this little boy had on a skirt or whatever the case may be, and the school officials contacted and said that told the mom that she had to come get the child, and the mom responded with, "Well, I let my son express himself how he want to express himself." So even if it was phony or AI, people feel that way.
Yeah,
So it ain't. It's not like it couldn't have been a real situation if it wasn't a real situation, right? Um, but even within that, the child couldn't have been no more than 7, 8 years old. I'm not letting my son in no 7 and 8 with no skirt to no school.
hell no.
Even if I know myself that this child of mine may have a different way of understanding or is experiencing a different way of expressing his sexuality, and it's hard to talk about a 7, 8 year old child, whether it's a young lady or man, exploring or being exposed to sexuality, right? Um, some people would say that. But then again, biologically in nature and things happen, and children develop and evolve into adults. So it's a process that you're going to go through anyway in life, experiencing and exploring sexuality. So I don't think it's so for me. I kind of want to tend to go with I don't think it's a bad thing to negate a conversation of exploring and understanding sexuality with a child who's past the age of 6, maybe 8, 9 is when you
Yeah,
start these type of conversations. I mean, apparently at 3, 4, 5, of course, that child, even listen, that child doesn't understand at 4 and 5 because their conversation or their cognitive thinking might not be, you feel me, necessarily focused on that. But 8 or 9, when a child comes out and you see how he or she is moving, the way they're acting, say their patterns, parents know, people know, through observations and things like that. But listen, it's never too early to have these type of conversations, man. And not only about sexuality, just about life, period, man, and people, period, in history, period. I think parent not, I don't want to say parents, mothers and fathers, we need to take a little bit more time out to have real cognitive conversations with our youth. Um, not what you did in school, what you want to eat, put the phone down. No, real life conversations about things that happened throughout, you know what I'm saying? And how was your day? What did you really experience through your day? Let me help you walk you through it. Did someone look at you funny? Did someone say something to you today that you didn't like? How did you feel about that? What did you want to do? How did you express yourself? You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying you got to do these things every day, but these are like, you know what I'm saying, little checkups and things that I believe people should do, even within your friend groups, you know what I'm saying, as adults. Because, we tend to, keep things in as we grow, and as we get older. And again, that's why I always say, on top of my 5 key components, the support. A lot of us don't have support systems. And when we do have support systems, we don't know how to necessarily identify with those support systems. And I think that's very important that we learn how to identify what support is. And, my father used to always tell me, a lot of people don't know how to distinguish hurt from help. And as I grow and as I live and as I have my own experiences, I find that to be true. We don't know how to distinguish hurt from help. And again, these are certain things, emotional intelligence, emotional literacy. These are a lot of times these are not the things as far as conversations that we have with our children. And I'm not saying everyone, but most mothers and fathers, we don't have these type of conversations. Shit, we don't have these conversations with each other. That's why we go through so much toxicity in relationships via male and female. You feel me? When you with your girl. Like I was watching something and this couple was going through therapy, and they told the therapist, "Oh yeah, our communication is good," and this, that, and the third. And then one of the people in the couple found out something, right? And then they go back in front of the therapist, and then now they just sitting there. Now they looking mundane and all, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to be bothered with each other. And the therapist said, "Shit, I thought y'all said y'all communicate. You motherfuckers don't communicate." Well, she ain't say, well, she kind of said it like that. You motherfuckers don't communicate. You know what I'm saying? Now they sitting there, you know what I'm saying? Like quiet because the motherfucker found out. They're like, yeah, man, that's why. And I'm not saying that happens with everybody, but just shit, period, with their relationships, man. You know, shit happens. Motherfucker don't want to talk about it. You feel me? I ain't talking about blowing some shit off and walking it off and like coming back to it. That's cool. But nah, motherfucker, man, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear this. We moving on, or we blow shit off, or we let shit go, or certain things happen and certain things come up. And instead of speaking on it, then we wait and let it fester till it becomes an open wound sore, and now we want to try to dress it. And no, that ain't how it works. You feel me? And I get it. You got to know your person, right? The person you with. So if space is needed, you give that space. But how long do you give that space before you come and address your issue? You know what I'm saying? Because it has to be an understanding, man. We got to make compromises, right? Um, and I think just like, and I always talk about effective communication. you know so again, having these conversations with your children and with your partner and just with your friend groups and just people you come in contact with on a daily day basis, I think that's a way to help move forward in the progression of human life. You know what I'm saying? More conversation. And don't get me wrong, I know sometimes when we do have conversations, certain people mindsets and understandings and shit, you just be like, oh my goodness. You read me like, wow, you really think like that? Yeah, we got people that's fucked up and really think like that, you know. But you still have to, you know what I'm saying? You still got to try to understand. Cause hey, I've been here longer than I spent my island, by the way. It don't matter. You still from my island. The person involved in Jennifer Lackler is a former high school ranking civilian, public safety official, deputy commissioner of wellness for the Mount Vernon Police Department in New York. Oh, okay. She not a judge. Okay. 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 She was arrested and charged with attempted murder after allegedly acting as the getaway driver for her 20-year-old son, Chase Lacker, following a gang-related shooting near the Bronx Criminal Court. Okay. Okay. I appreciate that, fam. Bro. See, Miss Jen, you coming out here giving us wrong information. Us as parents tend to raise our children based on personal fears more than lessons. In fact, kids didn't care about the people's opinion. It's because parents obviously installed plenty of confidence in him. She says, I'm not supporting the skirt situation. I honestly don't know what I would have done in a case like that. Yeah, but, and I ain't mad at it because it ain't me, right? You feel me? But, I mean, I just think, like I say, man, we need to talk to each other a little bit more, be a little bit more supportive. And listen, and not be delusional too. Because I recently seen the conversation with my girl Candace Owens and homeboy Mark Lamont Hill. And the question was asked, can men have babies? And he said sometimes. And she was like, you fucking delusional. He was like, well, trans men. No, trans men, that means it's a woman. Ain't no way in this. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going at the community. I'm not coming at you guys. Listen.
See, this the part I don't like about them, man. I thought it respect everybody's opinion and view, but come on, man, that's bullshit.
Talk your shit to Will. Talk your God damn, to Will, you came out of nowhere.
I'm just listening to this shit, man, cause I see it all the time, man. Hell no.
mm, yeah, but whew. So she was like, "Don't be delusional, man. Only women can have kids, right?" Now they got to talking about social constructs and how social constructs can be relative and da 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 da. da. He was like, "Man, we black. We gonna be black regardless of whether it was it." Now, here go my thing. I'm not going to necessarily. Well, okay, for people in America, especially melanated brothers and sisters who tend to say they ancestry or they come from Africa, and you know what I'm saying they the descendants of people of the slaves they came from Africa, whatever the case may be. You feel me? We tend to call ourselves black, right? Um, and it's kind of because we different. We understand we people. We understand we all people and we bleed, and our biology is damn near the same. But when we looking at people and we looking at color and we looking at languages, I don't I I don't think it never was a time where we didn't differentiate or separate ourselves from others, right? Whether we called ourselves black, African American, Negro, or whatever. Of course, those are modern terms, or whatever, or whether we did, called ourselves by, a lot of people say we're tribal and all this other extra shit. Whether we call ourselves by a tribe or the land or the country that we was from, or however, walk the bam, yada yada yada. Me personally, I always believe that it has been some way or some word that describes you from being different from another person, right? So basically, what she was saying is that without getting too deep into it, I'm a black woman, you're a black man. We know that. We know as white people, we know as Asian people, we know it's this, right? She said, you're trying to get up here and tell me that I have to accept the fact that you woke up and was born with a penis, and now one day you wake up and say, "Well, I want to be a woman." No, that's not how this shit works. You're a man. You were born a man. Like, and don't get me wrong, I get what she was saying. You know, and but again, like man, like in society today, shit, if I want to be a woman, I guess I can be. It's crazy, man. And then again, man, shit like that be kind of it's kind of difficult to attack or to have a conversation about it without it being, what I'm saying, kind of
I mean,
without it kind of being fucked up because I know it's people out here and they live that way and they formulate their own opinions. And I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, right? But I might not necessarily subscribe or encourage or implore people to, do the type of things that they do or whatever the case may be, or however, whatever way I go, right? But it's kind of hard to have these type of conversations with this type of understanding because it's like it's,
live your,
it's go ahead.
live your life, dog. But come on, you gotta respect other people's boundaries too. You
Well,
gotta,
I don't think it's a thing of them not respecting other people's boundaries, right? I think it's more about them wanting the world to respect their boundaries. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And
yeah, yeah. It's their way or the highway, man.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, but that's how most people are in the world today. But I don't think it's their way or the highway. I just think, they claim to be different, right? And they want us to understand the difference. And a lot of people in their minds, neurotypically, woman, man, man, woman, not woman, woman, not man, man. So that's kind of hard to, when you're biologically wired not to be that way. It's kind of hard
And
for a person, you know what
I
I'm
get,
saying?
I
Way
guess,
to
homie, I guess.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's touchy, bro. You feel me? But yeah, man, I'm not sending my child at the end of the day at that age, whether it was AI or not, to school in a skirt or a dress or with makeup on. I would sit my child down and talk to my child. And of course I would let my child express itself. Um, but still you still have to have these conversations. But if you know, and again, like
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You have to have these conversations,
and
but
again, you can't force a person to go against what's naturally in them, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I mean, because a lot of cases we can say, okay, because a lot of people say, oh man, that child was touched, or that child was abused, or this child was
yeah,
this. Or
yeah. Is that they do that shit the way I ain't gonna lie. I had my jokes about it too, but
well, I'm not saying that that's not the situation
yeah,
in some
yeah.
cases, but sometimes, bro, you know, can we really just say, yeah, maybe this person was just born like this?
Uh,
You can't say that because even as little boy, bro, I seen little boys, bro, and little girls, bro. I done seen little boys act like little girls, bro. And that's just
yeah,
in them, bro. Like for real, that's just in them, bro.
maybe so, man.
Like I'm just saying, like I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. I mean, I used to think that shit too, like for real. But then it's like, nah, man, that shit just in you, bro.
Yes,
I don't see no other way but to understand it or to just come to the realization, yeah, motherfuckers is just born like that. Some people are just born like that.
me a couple years ago would have said, "Nah, bitch, you tripping, man." But maybe so,
I
maybe so,
mean,
bro.
yeah. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Me a couple of years ago, I wouldn't be saying this shit. Shit, I was. Hey man, you trying to get me in trouble, man? Get your ass up out of here, man.
Come on, cuz I'm just no, we no. I'm just saying, bro. Just just saying, bro. That's how the that's how the world is now, I guess, man.
Man, it was just fucked up, bro. Oh man. So, bro, we got some new information and updates on the Nolan Wells situation, y'all.
What's up,
Um,
Uncle?
Now they trying to say that he could have potentially or possibly been jumped on and hit in the back of the head with a pole, all type of shit. So, I've been watching this young lady, man. She's a content creator. Big shout out to Lakeisha Keisha. Um, I want to watch a little bit of her broadcast and we can listen to a little bit of what she says, but the information that she got is on her channel. But yeah, I want to listen to a little bit of this, man, and then also it gives us a point of, and we can see how other people, report about this and how they speak on it and how they talk about it. Because I like when other people talk about it. I still ain't got into the Tisha Tales young lady. I want to get into her too one of these days because she is ridiculous. But this young lady here, I really likes the way, I'm saying, she go about. So I want to check her out real quick. Let's do this. But yeah, man. So supposedly, man, he was they saying he was jumped on, and also it's a young lady that came that has come out and said that she seen what happened, and she sent out a text message to the boys and told them that she seen what happened and that she's going to report them.
What's better than enemy?
She sent it in a text, and responded. And then it said she sent another text, and then it said that he blocked the young lady. So I don't know how true this is. And then they're also saying that it could be maybe an adult involved, but of course, all this again, we don't know. It's speculation. But let's check this young lady out.
Shouts out here. Let's Carmela. Thank you for being here. Little Ghetto Mermaid. Deja Vu, I guess that's what it says. Danielle is in the building. Patrice is in the building. Shani 76. Okay, let me get you on up out here. I'm not. Wells was unalive. He didn't drown. Okay. The story that they tried to plant saying he drowned, it backfired. It did not work because people stayed on the island. They didn't see him. That story just doesn't fit. Guys, it didn't work. That story did not work. Okay. There's been stuff going around that Nolan Wells died at the pool party. At first, we didn't know that there was a pool party, but it has been confirmed that it, in fact, was a pool party. Now,
So this pool party, and check this out. So this person ain't gonna talk about it. So this pool party, which the Warren boys spoke on. I remember Monk came out and told me about the pool party in this picture, and then Monk came back and was like, "Oh man, they said that the picture was AI." So during his interview that he did with Officer Random Tatum, the Warren boy said, "No, that was a real picture, but that picture was taken like a week prior earlier." But then you get that Bart mom says that Bart wasn't even out there during that time. You know what I'm saying? But Bart was supposedly in this picture that was took a week before the 4th of July. Right. So what they saying is if Bart's saying that he wasn't there during that time until the 4th, how was he in that picture that was took a week prior earlier? So they trying to say that that's Nolan in the pool party, and supposedly Nolan got jumped at this pool party or whatever the case may be. But she gonna talk about it and get into it? Which it's just a lot of confusion. I just think it's a lot of bullshit, confusion, and misleading, and not through the people that's reporting, but just through the people, through these kids and the information and shit that they giving out.
my mind, I'm trying to figure
Eventually,
it
the
out.
truth will come out, man.
But then they are,
What you say to Will?
I said eventually the truth gonna come out, man.
Well, yeah, because there's no statute of limitations on murder, and a lot of people are saying, the administration that's in right now, what I'm saying, they really not doing too much. So, but we gonna see.
not reluctant. They are saying that he died at the pool party. So in my mind, I'm like, well, what's going on the boat? I don't know what's going on the boat, but we know he was on the boat. So I said, you know what? I'm not trying to figure it out. I don't know if he actually was unalive at the pool party, but the people are saying this. This is what I want y'all to understand. It's a little bit of truth to every lie. Okay. I want you to understand there's generally a little bit of truth to every lie. I'm going to tell you the reason why I said that is because if you guys recall, when this very first started, they said Nolan was trying to get his phone back. Y'all remember that? Remember? Then it was all of these fake ass friends coming out to say, no, Nolan wasn't asking for his phone. That was me. I was in an argument with somebody, but we heard somebody getting their phone back. So what?
So the boy Tristan that did the interview, the second boy that Tatum interviewed was saying that it was him, right? And then it came out the other day I played something about his friend said, yeah. So what they were saying, he was saying, yeah, I was the one holding the phone back. So then the young lady asked, well, yeah, they said that he said that you was there and you was holding them back. And then he was like, yeah, we was there, and the video, yeah, I think that was like either you was there and you was holding them back. There's no need for you to say that was somebody's voice on a damn audio if you knew the situation that happened. If I was in a situation where I was breaking up a fight, right, I don't need to hear audio or try to justify that yeah, that was I think that was no yeah, that was us. We was you know what I'm saying, he got into it, man, me and my mans, you feel me, whopped the band, we were trying to calm him down, shorty with you know what I'm saying, we know all the details, ain't no, you know what I'm saying, like it was just too iffy for me, right? Not saying that this ain't a true friend or a real friend or whatever the case may be, because apparently all these boys are his fucking friend, but yeah, man, like, so that shit was kind of fishy about, you know what I'm saying, him being in audio. So it was saying Tracy. So apparently this was Nolan getting into it about his phone. He was getting into it with them about his phone. And apparently this young lady said that she seen the altercation and she heard him say, let me get my phone. And then she heard them get into an altercation and she said that they was, jumping on them. But we're going to get into this. But I don't know if it happened at the pool party. But she said she seen it while they was out there.
What it seems like they have done is damage control. Okay. But now people are coming out to say, yeah, he actually was trying to get his phone. I did a video yesterday in which some people are saying, yeah, they saw some stuff. So another thing we cannot deny is that they were fighting on this island. Something was happening on the island and people was getting the hell out of there. Think about it. You came to celebrate the 4th of July, and then 3:30, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, y'all just pack up and get the hell out of there. Yeah, that something doesn't work with that story as well. I want to show you guys this clip because you all have been talking about the necklace, and I was hearing you guys talk about the necklace, but quite frankly, I didn't know what happened to his necklace. I did not have a response to what happened to Nolan's necklace that was on his neck. Now, I'm going to show you guys a video that was sent to me, and you guys let me know what you think.
This investigation does not stop. And I want to say a shout out to 7 Figure Shay, who tagged me in this creator's video. Now, what I'm about to show y'all is very important, and it could break this case wide open, okay? So I just want you to hear from her, and I'm coming right back.
Bombshell tonight, watching Nancy Grace. Do you see the red beads in this video? This person's face is covered because you ain't coming for me. I just want people to see these red beads you got on. The only person I remember seeing red beads that day is Nolan Xavier Wells. I just want to know, at what point did Nolan give you those beads, or did you give them to Nolan to take the photo? What's the timeline? The timeline is changing. That small detail changes the timeline. Nancy, Attorney Crump, the timeline.
So,
thank
y'all,
Thank you for joining our membership community, Lisa. If you guys want to join, where we have member-only videos, make sure you guys get your membership. Now, she didn't say, but that's okay. We're going to get into this video that I missed. Again, there's so many different clues with this case that when you focus in one area, in about 2 days, it'll be a focus in another area. I missed this.
Enforcement hasn't been really any transparency there, but from what our...
There he goes. She didn't say his name, but there he goes with those beads. Look at the necklace. Is this the necklace that Nolan Wells had on? Interesting. Is that Warren? Why would he be wearing a necklace around his neck that appears to be the same necklace that Nolan Wells had on?
Reporting has showed there have been dozens of people who have spoken to law enforcement as witnesses. But Nancy, we don't know if it's any of these people that you're seeing in this little cove area right here. And the timing, I think, is really important because these images are taken.
There we go again.
And right around, I think the timeline's about 3:30ish, 4:30ish, when the boat that Nolan came out there on leaves and starts taking on water, that's one of the pegs for the timeline. When these photos were actually taken, that is a peg for a timeline.
There we go. Looky.
But what we don't know is where Nolan is. There he is. You can see that image right there. What we don't know is where Nolan was when that first image that we saw with all of those boats kind of tied together, when that was taken.
Now, here's a still image. I so hear you guys in the chat, and I'm starting to believe this because if you all remember.
Now, I never paid no attention to no necklace and nothing like that. And I'm not saying that you feel me, but I don't know. Some of this shit might be a reach. We don't know if like, come on, man. Like, we got to stop with that type of shit. Just because it's a necklace, you know what I'm saying? You know, that ain't the only necklace that they done made. But we don't know if this, like, where's that necklace at? Like, does that necklace have Nolan DNA on it from being around his neck? And this guy, like, you know what I'm saying? Get the necklace. Let's see. But again, man.
This is what they said before, that he was unalived at the pool party. But for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out then what is going on with the call. So I guess I'm not going to try to figure that out, but I'm starting to believe that it definitely had to happen at the pool party. Do I know if it happened at the pool party? Absolutely not. But there's a missing piece here. And because there's this big missing piece, it's like, okay, we hear the CETO call, but we know or we think that this happened at the pool party. That is the part that I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on with the necklace either. I do not understand what is going on with the necklace. I do not understand if that's Nolan's necklace. Why would he be wearing the necklace? So I don't know, guys. We know something happened, but I'm starting to believe it actually happened at the pool party. If you guys recall, there were a lot of people coming out being anonymous, saying that Nolan Wells was unalived at the pool party. If you guys recall too, think about this, because now I'm starting to go back to the original information that was provided. There was a picture that was posted on the 4th of July from, I think the guy's name was Evan or something like that. Evan went back and deleted the picture. Well, he thought he did. But because he posted it to Instagram, it was shared on Threads. Why would you delete the picture? It made no sense. They stated that the picture was actually of the week before. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. Give me a second. I actually have the picture. It's right here. Let me go back. So I don't believe that this was the week before the 4th. We actually have to go with what we believe to be correct. Why in the heck would you have USA shaved on your chest a week before the 4th of July? It makes no sense. We don't know what the metadata showed. That doesn't make sense. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. We don't know where that alleged metadata came from. What we do know is that this is a massive cover up. Okay. So I know they say that it was from a week earlier. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I don't believe it. Because if it was actually from the week earlier, why was it deleted? What was the purpose of deleting this? My thought is that it was evidence after the event occurred, and possibly they went back and deleted it then, not knowing or realizing that when you go on Instagram, your stuff is being shared on Threads. I don't believe it was from the week earlier. You know why? That boy, Bart's mother came out and she made a statement basically saying that Bart is busy. I don't remember exactly what she said, but from her statement, it led me to believe that Bart couldn't have been available the week before. So I don't believe that, because if this picture was from a week earlier, why did they delete it? Why was it deleted? It would make no sense. And do you know one other thing? This picture was put on the internet in the wee hours of the morning, which would indicate it was put on the internet during that time. You guys keep saying the metadata says whatever it says. I don't think you understand the people that's involved here. This is a massive cover-up. People have alleged that parents were there when this had taken place to Nolan. So you know what that would mean? Then that would mean that they are in on it as well. So them saying that the metadata reveals something else, I don't even believe it. Because if that is true,
now, we don't have no absolute proof that anybody parent or parents were involved. Like, now, due to the inconsistencies of the case, I see where, you know what I'm saying, and how they, you know, but I don't know. And then they, you know, she goes on later and it's to be like, well, you know, it's too extravagant to cover up. And if it was me at that age, I wouldn't be able to. So it had to be somebody coaching them or whoop the bell. But I kind of alluded to that with the grandfather's phone call. Like having I mean, goddamn, did he have the captain's personal cell phone? Because if I'm on the phone with Cito and you're the person that's supposed to be coming out to get the kids and you done already how the hell did you already talk to the damn captain to let him know that we didn't need the tow unless you know what I'm saying, one of them kids called him first. Somebody had to call the grandfather in order for the grandfather to call the captain, if that's a true audio. Because there's no way in the hell that I would know to call the captain about a damn boat. Because I'm on the phone with Cito. As I'm on the phone with the Cito operator, the captain states, well, I just got off the phone with the grandfather. How? Unless a call was made. Oh, granddad, I think something wrong with the boat. We finna call woo woo, hung up. Oh, God damn it, he trying to call back. Line busy or they ain't picking up due to the reception. Let me call the captain. Now, I'm not saying this is how it happened or if this is the truth and what took place, but I'm just saying.
Why did they delete it? It wouldn't make sense. Why would you need to delete something that you know was taken a week prior? I don't believe it. But again, I don't understand what happened. People are saying that they brought him back to the pool party after whatever had taken place. Because again, we do know what happened on the boat because we listened to the Cito call. We can take that as factual because we listened to the Cito call. Now, I know a lot of you people are saying that this picture happened the week prior. But I want you guys to understand is we are not dealing with average everyday people. We're dealing with a bunch of corrupt people. This is a mass cover-up. So them telling us that this picture occurred a week earlier, what do you think they're going to tell you? Because they just told you that Nolan did not get on the boat. So if they told you that Nolan didn't get on a boat and popped up with this picture, what does it prove? It proves they lied. Just like the Cito call proves they lied.
And I'm going on a fishing trip with my friends. 3 trips.
Let me introduce you to Ike Pyron. Wyatt Pyron's brother.
Now, Ike Pyron, I did a video on this. Maybe you guys forgot. It's very important that we get refreshed with the information that you have already been provided because I think you guys are forgetting. There is information out there that Wyatt Pyron allegedly sent out racist epithets online. So they say this wasn't racially motivated. We'll just have to see.
Who is one of the friends that was with Nolan that day. Just read how he speaks about Black people in this message.
Okay, thank you so much, Nina Hodges. Girl, you own it. Let's get into what Nina Hodges said. And this is what I didn't say, but I alluded to it. Because what I don't want you guys to think is everything I'm saying is factual, but I want you to use your brain. Nina Hodges says, plus Bart was in the picture and Bart was not in town a week before July, the 4th of July. Ding, ding, ding. I didn't say it like Nina said it, but I did say that according to what his mom said, he wasn't available. So how would Bart be in a picture a week earlier when he wasn't available, guys? Don't believe what they tell you. This is a mass cover-up. They have been trying to flag people accounts, getting people videos taken down. Why would they be doing that? Because Nolan drowned, right? Well, at least that's what they want you to believe.
He said worthless blacks. Oh, but it's not racially motivated? Let's see what.
Huh. So it looks like allegedly the brother is putting out racist stuff online, calling Black people worthless blacks.
Honey, I brought back enough tomatoes to last us a whole month. Good. Nolan Xavier Wells, and I'm going on a fishing trip with my friends. Free trip.
Let me introduce you to Ike Pyron, Wyatt Pyron's brother, who is one of the friends that was with Nolan that day. Just read how he speaks about black people in this message. He said, worthless blacks. Oh, but it's not racially motivated? Let's see what Warren's mommy's up to then. She's got a flag in the background. That might be dinging some alarms in your head, doesn't it? She's got a flag.
Another thing that I just thought about this, guys, because again, we can't believe anything these people say. They are liars and barbaric animals. Brown Sugar 7626 said, the last time his mother talked to Nolan was on the 3rd. Remember, she said he was going to spend the night. We don't know if Nolan passed that night. We don't know. What we do know is his body was so badly decomposed that it made no sense, because Nolan was alive on the 4th, and yet we see a picture of somebody in shorts, but we don't really see their face. So we really can't say that that's Nolan, right? We really can't say that that's Nolan. But, well, I guess, because if you think about it, if he was arguing about his phone, then he would have had to make it through to the island. But Brown Sugar says the last time his mother talked to Nolan was on the 3rd, none on the 4th, which is strange. We only seen one clear picture of Nolan with the 3 guys sitting on the boat, but no timestamps, which we need. We really don't know. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Nolan's body was so badly decomposed. Did you guys know in a normal situation, the parents, loved one come and identify the body? Why was that step missed here? Because for some reason, they didn't want the parents to see his body, that they use dental records. So when you start to talking about metadata that somebody on that side possibly provided, can we really trust that? Can we trust that process? Because it wasn't just fake friends, a bunch of kids. The adults was involved in this. This is an extreme cover-up.
In the background, that might be dinging some alarms in your head, doesn't it? Yeah, that would be the old Mississippi flag. Well, you know what's interesting? They haven't used the Confederate flag for Mississippi since 2020. So a new flag dropped 6 years ago, and you, a white woman judge, decide to keep the old one with the Confederate flag in it? And again, no emergency.
These are just signs of racism. And I saw that picture of his mammy, the judge, the one that came out with the statements that was borderline intimidating people. But now all of a sudden she want to say everybody is harassing her and sending death threats. But lady, you came out and used your position to intimidate people. So you should not be too scared, because you should be arrested as well.
Calls made, no locals asked for help. Sheriffs are now questioning people and pressing for answers, looking for leads when they said it was originally no foul play.
Remember that, guys. Remember, don't let these folks play with you like you stupid. First day, he drowned. There's no foul play here. From the very beginning, they told you all that he drowned. Where do they do that at?
Because we are talking about this. And as soon as we turn away from this shit and say that it's not happening to people, it will happen time and time again. And that is why we keep talking about it.
So you guys need to understand too. She made some very interesting points. They're only talking about Nolan Wells and pretending to do investigations because we're talking about it, because they said that he drowned. What investigation do you know that they do on a drowned person? What investigation do you know that they do on a person who wanted to be left alone? Because that's pretty much what they said. Nolan Wells wanted to be left alone. He wanted to stay on.
Sean, what's going on, brother? How you facing Ayo from my? Oh no, bro. Oh my goodness, man. That's not what I wanted to hear, man. Sean Corlord, man. That's Man, he been the A1, day one, man. Hey, Sean, Unc always been looking for you, man. Unc be tapping in like, man, where's Sean? You know, I want to donate to him on the food truck or whatever the case may be, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Damn, he said, hey, yo, from my deathbed, the sea got me, but I'll be okay. He said, justice for all, stand up, king. Out like a child. Man, Sean, is glad, man, I'm glad to hear from you, bro. Like, for real, man. Like, shit, man. Damn, brother.
The island. What investigation? What investigation would they need? Because he drowned, right? And they have his throat. They would not send his throat for a second autopsy, because if they did that, then the second autopsy would reveal what they're trying to keep out of the public, because they won't give us the autopsy. They won't tell us anything, but he drowned, right?
And this has made it all the way to Colin Kaepernick, who has offered to pay for the family's independent autopsy of Nolan.
Why did they go through so much stress and forget the guy's phone and delete all of those pictures and all of those text messages from his phone? Why?
Do you guys realize that the district attorney in Mississippi, Jackson, wherever they at, they need to be arrested themselves, okay? So what you need to make sure you do is get out and vote and get that barbaric animal that considers herself the district attorney. She needs to get up out of there, okay? I don't know how the positions work with the medical examiner, but she needs to go too, okay? She needs to go too. This case could have been solved. Why have they not got these kids' phones? Got warrants for their phones?
Tile Survive has to be one of the most relaxing and comforting games of 2026.
That's another thing that always blew me. Like, that would like, for this case, that would have been like one of the easiest things to do, because they texting back and forth, because they kids, like, you know what I'm saying, that if we really trying to find mistakes, like, come on, man, they 17, 18, 19 years old, damn well somebody sent the text, or it's got to be a record of something within them phones. I've been wondering for the longest why they ain't subpoenaing them kids' phones.
Because they don't give a damn. They already know what happened to Nolan Wells. This is a cover-up. This is the cover-up. Today is August 6th. This has been over 30 days, and they're playing in the faces of the people, hoping that you forget about it.
Why, when the entire community was doing a missing person search, these boys and their parents go out to dinner? And even when people ask them to come, them say no. One of the boys, their mother, who's a judge, why were they cleaning the boat so thoroughly at her house? Why did the coroner run in and talk about no?
Why were they cleaning the damn boat? And listen, I don't trust Cajun Navy either, because whenever you take a picture of a deceased person and you just go handing it out to podcasters, this is why I give them the name of barbaric animals, because who does that? I don't want a picture of no deceased person on my phone. Nobody in the world do I want a picture of them deceased on my phone. Why was it important for the Cajun Navy guy to take pictures of Nolan Wells' deceased body, but not even give it to his parents, but yet pass it out to allegedly Don Lemon and nappy wig Nancy Grace? With Grace, whatever the hell her name is. How disrespectful is that? I don't know. Was it a ritual? It's given some nasty, barbaric, sick stuff. Who takes a picture of a deceased body? What? Keep in mind, the police had already secured the scene. There was no need for you to take anything, but you felt the need to take a picture of his deceased body, pass it out to folks, and then say, if the parents want it, they can contact you. What?
Foul play and nothing suspicious before an autopsy was even done.
Evidence has just come out in the Nolan Wells case that proves that he was murdered by those three men. There was a pool party that took place after the island, and you can see clearly in Evan's Instagram post, Nolan is there. Witnesses have put out statements saying that an altercation took place between Nolan, Evan, and two other boys, and the boys proceeded to beat Nolan to death with a metal bar and urinate on him.
Now, I'm glad I found this video, because I just didn't want to say that. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I want them in prison for the rest of their lives. They don't need to ever walk the streets. whoever did this, because we don't know who did it, but we have a good idea of who did it, okay? Mr. Gibson goes, I need to raise money for my defense. Why would an innocent person need to raise money for a defense? You didn't do nothing. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I've been heard that the Ocean Springs is.
Now that's something new for me. All the urinating on them and all that. Like I don't. That's. I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying any of these things. I like now. It's just getting ridiculous.
One of the hugest.
What? But we don't know.
KKK folks ever around. Do you guys remember one thing the medical examiner said for the second autopsy? Do y'all remember that there was something in the back of Nolan's head, that it was some redness? He couldn't make out what it was, but it was mysterious. And it made me think, because I said, now before, which we couldn't corroborate this, we can't corroborate it now, but they said that he was hit with poles and people were saying, they were hidden in all of these places. It just sounded crazy. And I said, this is y'all lying now. It sounds like some lies, okay? But I don't know. Could he have been jumped, beat at this alleged pool party?
All those people there watched and did nothing about it. They are no better than the people that killed him. The reason that Nolan's phone pinged on the island is because they went back and they dumped his body after they killed him.
Now that theory makes sense. But again, I feel like some things have been manipulated here. I feel like some GPSs have been manipulated. I feel some times have been manipulated. There's some things that's not adding up. And when I say not adding up, I'm saying, although we heard the CTO call, I know that it's real because we heard it. I just don't know how it fits into everything, because there is a theory that he was unalive somewhere else and they brought his body back. I'm going to tell you why that theory is a logical theory. Because the island was searched. Nobody there. His family went there. The next morning, nobody there. So his body just washed up the next day. We were born on a day, just not yesterday. That doesn't make any sense.
These men need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law because they murdered Nolan Wells.
And they saw Nolan spitting up blood and that these boys urinated on Nolan. They're saying that Evan's mother knew about the whole thing. This is why that boy told his daddy that Nolan was like a brother to me, when he showed up to get his car. It's because they already.
Hold that thought. Nolan was like a brother to me. These are the things that we missed originally, guys. Was is past tense. That's past tense. If you hear me say my grandmother was, or my such and such was, those people are no longer here. Little clues. And this is what I say when people lie. That's why I don't lie, because I can't remember it. I'm going to tell on myself. I don't care if you don't like my answer. I'm just going to say it, because I'm not going to lie, because I'm not trying to remember it. You either like it or you don't. Nolan was. He was a friend to me. You know why? Because Nolan was already gone. Nolan didn't decide to not get on the boat. Nolan was unalived. That's why the fake ass friend said Nolan was. That's past tense. He didn't say, oh, Nolan is that's my buddy. That's my brother. Nolan was.
Knew he was gone. Is this the reason why they needed dental records? Because he was unrecognizable? Which of the parents helped those kids?
Okay, Kayla, since every one of my friends has now DM'd me asking why I'm with a 50-year-old.
Which of the parents helped those kids? Because I know you guys are thinking, it's just the adult kids were the only ones. Oh no, baby. Because when I look back at, when I was young, there would be no way that I would have been able to pull this off. They were helped. And this is why it's a massive cover-up, because to prosecute them means prosecuting their mammy, okay? Means prosecuting their father, who's, we got doctors, we got judges, we got people that work at school districts, and they're protecting them. Now, I want to show you guys something else, because as we get more and more information and we search for more and more information, what you guys tend to do is lose the most valuable information that you heard in the beginning, because I'm doing the same thing. As I search for information, I go back and look at the old information and I say, damn, I missed that.
Thank you everyone for being here. This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are. So as you know, I'm Christine Wells Walmsley. I am Nolan Wills's mom.
Before we get into this, something else I need to really study. I'm gonna have to pray because I don't like evil and evil people. This could have been some kind of ritualistic, sick, demonic stuff. It could very well have been, because I know, in a normal society, we tend to think that everybody is good people. I have come to learn that they are absolutely not. So if you think that these ritualistic stuff don't happen, think again.
And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And
you know what? That was because when I try to think about this case, I think that was one thing that Nolan didn't have. It seems like from his parents that he really didn't like, racism. And I don't like it either, but I understand that whether I like it or not, it's here to stay and it happens. But for some reason, Nolan didn't have that. So, it could have very well been a situation where he thought totally different, to where he did not perceive things in the way that they should have. Because my first thing was, how was he even hanging around these people? But another thing I learned, guys, is that they were not friends. And if you go back and watch Trayston's interview, he reveals that. In fact, he says that Nolan was the only one that called him. He said, he's the only one that called me on my phone number, because essentially what they did is they did a lot of stuff via like Snapchat and things like that, which is crazy that the district attorney has not gotten orders on these kids' cell phones.
And it's not us feeding into racism or the stereotypes that comes with that. Unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows that it's unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker. He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out. He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old is he? 18. No, not 18. He was a baby. He did well then. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, of course, and he starts dancing. Because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right. So he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly. But we are grateful, especially to our friend Tashima, who actually was one of the people who helped us that night. She went and picked up his cell phone from where it was, and then provided that to us, because we of course contacted authorities to figure out who to do the report with, whether it was the county or the city, which then turned into DMR, who I contacted immediately from there. And, but.
How you got the cell phone?
So our friend actually, when I called her, Nolan is best friends with her two sons, Jalen and Javon. When I called her, I said to Shima, have you seen Nolan? He's missing. No one has seen him. No one has talked to him. The boys were actually with her sons. So they opened up their Snapchat because a lot of the kids do have their locations where they're tracking one another. So one of the boys says, well, it's showing that I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Life 360 location was showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land.
So I want you guys to understand this. There's two different things going on. When the mother says his phone was showing different locations, since this video of hers, I went and subscribed to Life 360 because I want to know, what does Life 360 work? How does it work? Life 360 gives you the true information on whoever you add to the app, and you can get it for like 30 days. Even if they're in a car, let's say they're in a car and let's say they're driving super fast, it'll tell you everything. It's magnificent. If you don't have it, go and get it. So Life 360 tells you the true information, while your app, let's say you're in your Snapchat only tells you, or your app, wherever you logged in last. So it's going to have different data, but the Life 360 is going to give you the true information to wherever that phone was. So I also believe the mother in Ben Crump has more information, but I think they're very smart to hold on to it when they sue these people, because they definitely need to sue them, because as we can see and how they're moving, they are not being forthcoming. Ben Crump has already stated we need to get Nolan's phone, which the mother has already subpoenaed to find out what was going on with his phone. They've also said they needed to get these boys' phones. Guess what didn't happen? You already guessed it. They ain't gonna get anything on these boys' phone because it's a cover-up, guys. Let's stop trying to make it seem like they're looking for information. The TikTokers and the YouTubers could do their jobs in our sleep, and we don't even have the information that they have.
And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent, and then we met up where his car was, which was at a separate location. There were issues obtaining the key, but even so, there's just a lot of...
And we seem to gloss over this part. There was issues obtaining the key. Why is this such a problem? We're missing this, guys. Don't miss this. This is the information that we received in the beginning. Why are they holding on to Nolan's things?
Tell them about what happened with the key.
So I'm going to let my husband tell you about something. So
he was already deceased. He knew about it already. Nolan was like my brother. Keep up, guys. This is during the time where they're looking for Nolan. But he talking about Nolan was his brother. Listen, these are some good old people, because it could have never been me. I would have wreaked havoc on every.
Now, see, when we report and when we talk about these things and we listening and we trying to find all intricate details and, you know what I'm saying, we trying to weave through, you know what I'm saying, all the little intricacies, man. Sometimes, man, I see what people be talking about now with how, you know what I'm saying, you know, when you give your story and how things can be subjective. And I'm not saying that she's doing anything wrong, because, you know, we as people and we as, you know, and like I said, I myself see a lot of inconsistencies. It's just about, I think, the way you express it, you feel me, and get it out to the, and put your point out there. Mind you, regardless, because people going to say, well, shit, if it's too many inconsistencies, why wouldn't you put it out there straightforward? Because again, you have to understand that it's still an investigation going on, and it's still evidence that's being collected and gathered. Regardless of whether we see something, still got to abide by this so-called law.
Every single person. Okay? Everybody but got it.
Would you please go in your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home? He walks off, 2 or 3 minutes, come back. I can't find the keys. So at that point, I get the boys and I get to move them out the house, because I didn't want them to go into the house and start tearing up these people's houses, because they'll never be a whole new situation. So walk outside by the car. One of the guys that was in the house with us, he was on the phone with a girl, and the girl told him that Nolan's keys were on top of this Jack's guy's Xbox in the house because apparently she was there with him earlier. So he goes back up to the door by himself.
And you guys kind of know how that story ended. You played with the father. You said you didn't have his keys. Now you tell about some, he was like a brother to me. We missed that, guys. Nolan had already, he was already deceased. He knew about it already. What is this? Why are these people amongst people? They need to be in a cage where some dogs, not all people that's locked up are dogs, but these are dogs. Okay. Why have they not been fetched and put in a cage? Like these are not good people. They're waiting to do their next crime. But wait a minute. When they do these interviews, little do they know, especially when you're guilty, you really shouldn't do interviews because we can pick out the lies. Then we heard from this boy here, which I'm not even going to give him a name because another piece of trash. Okay. I feel like they were jealous of Nolan. They hated him because they couldn't be like him. I mean, they already said he was a good person. Everybody liked him. They hated him. They didn't like Nolan. They actually hated him. They didn't like him. After Nolan is deceased, we get this creep. He does an interview and basically says Ocean Springs is going to ride for Ocean Springs.
After where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? He brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back. 100.
Now, that was a threat. So your friend winds up dead, and you say Ocean Springs, have Ocean Springs back. It seems like he won't smoke. I bet you won't leave Ocean Springs.
10%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think
he wanted to say you have no idea who you're effing with. Let me answer somebody in the chat because I like to give people hope. I don't live in the realm of we don't have any resources or this is not going to be solved. Lady Marie says this case will go unsolved. Trump's administration is whitey from the top to the bottom. We don't have any help. Most of them are racist. Okay, good point. But let me make sure you understand. There's no statute of limitation when you unalive somebody. So this don't got nothing to do with Trump administration. Hopefully him and his administration will be in the federal penitentiary where they belong, okay? So there is no statute of limitation on this type of case. So this is where I'm going with this. And this is what I said in the beginning of my video. Mississippi, you need to get rid of that district attorney. How do you get rid of the district attorney? She needs to run for her position again. You need to get her the hell up out of there. She needs to go. When a new district attorney comes in, guess what they do? They hire the people that they want there. That's the number one thing you need to do. They need to get rid of her. She has to go. What's going on with the governor there? The governor needs to go. The governor seems to be a part of this massive cover-up. And this brings me to this point of my video because it's a young lady over there on TikTok that I follow. Now, I know I told you guys that I don't be following people content. I really don't because a lot of the content that I see, I don't want it to change the direction of the content that I do. So it'd be hard because it really messes up what I have going on. But it's a lady over there on TikTok and she has been targeted by them removing her page and not paying her for videos in which she's simply breaking down cases. She's not breaking any rules. She's simply breaking down cases. She's saying allegedly, so she's not saying that everything she's saying is correctly, although what she's saying is correct. So I want to get into her because when I tell you she need to be, some of their bosses, we're going to get into what she is saying over there on TikTok. Now, right now, she's going by Nerdy Pink Panda over there on TikTok. Let me just make sure. Jade Megan. Nerdy Pink Panda 1 over there on TikTok. What she has revealed is exactly what I have said, a cover-up. So when you guys say, why this, or, this picture had metadata, how do you know? How do you know that? We don't know it. In fact, we don't know nothing. That's why we breaking the case down with the little squeeze of evidence that we do have. But what we do know is it's a cover-up, because a person that drowned, okay, well, let's wrap this up, okay? Let's wrap this case up, because Nolan drowned. No, Nolan didn't drown. Nolan was a victim of some kind of crime that had nothing but everything to do with the color of his skin.
Y'all ready for today's Nolan Wells info drop? So first off, we remember these GPS coordinates that were plotted for us, remember? Those GPS coordinates were taken from Wyatt's boat and they were plugged into Google Earth, and they developed a PowerPoint slide that we saw there that mapped out all of the points. So I decided to overlay those Google points on top of the points of the research that I'd already been doing. I discovered some interesting stuff, because if they were just overlaying it on Google Earth, it should have been easy as cake, right? Well, I cannot tell you how many hours I spent trying to perfectly overlay this. Like, look at the islands in the middle here. I get them lined up, and then other things won't matter.
So let me give you guys this up front. I mean, listen to her, but I want you to get this. When she starts to pinpoint what they have provided as it relates to the GPS, they lied, okay? We're just going to say they lied. So the information that they gave you doesn't line up with Google Maps. When I tell you guys that it's a cover-up, it's a cover-up, guys.
Catch up. Like, you'll notice, like I said, these islands, look, they aren't moving, but everything else around it isn't working. So right away, my instincts are telling me that somebody manipulated this image to cover something up. Of course, that is alleged. I can't prove that, but, it's supposed to just overlay. So honestly, I just did the best I could, and I mostly just focused on the top half, trying to get like the marina and the grandparents' house they went to all line up. So now we can really follow which way this boat was driving and the kind of stops it seemed to be making. And if you'll notice here, it goes right next to that marina that I was telling you guys about with the Marty McGrath, which is who, according to Katie, that she got a ride from. So they passed the marina, and as you can see, it juts out almost like it was pulling up to this dock. And then there's these two houses here, especially this house, where it seems like the boat pulled into the docks there. Then it went all the way down here. There's a little like lock area here, so you have to go through here. And it went to the bridge. And I was like, why did they go all the way to the bridge to turn around? But it turns out right here is a big old fishing pier. Then right next to that is the Ocean Springs Yacht Club. And a lot of these families are connected to the yacht club. But before I go on, I want to play a portion of this audio that's supposedly like a voicemail that has been going around. It hasn't been authenticated, but it has important information. Because I'll be honest, it sounds genuine to me and it works with my data. So hold on.
He's like, oh, I'm just going to go back with Katie. We'll be right behind y'all. We were all going to the same house, the same place. He was like, I'll be right behind y'all. Y'all go ahead without me. I'll see y'all. Like, I'm literally going to be right behind y'all with him. No, I didn't all them left because they were like, maybe she's going to go with Katie, whatever. Well, then everybody got back in and we were all in his house. And
So first off, all of us were going to go to the same place. I'm going to go in with Katie, meaning Katie was supposed to be at that party with them, or at least whoever Katie was with was supposed to be at that party, right? But that's not the important part. The important part is the name of the person who was throwing the party was Ava. Now, I found Ava. I'm not going to put her name out there, but simple Google searches will find this information. And I was able to basically just Google her name and find her address. And so the party was actually right in this yellow area. Again, I'm not going to be like pointing out people's houses, but I found it. After they leave this pier that's right next to the yacht club, they go all the way back and then they hook around and they go right next to where the party is. And then that's when they finally go and take the boat out of the water. Now, it seems to me like they were dropping people off, like, because look how it goes in a little bit, almost like it was pulling into this pier at the marina, like I suspected. And they were just making the rounds, dropping people off before the party. Now, her family and Wyatt's family, Warren's family, they're all connected. They're also part of the yacht club stuff. All of these rich families are super close, super connected. They're taking each other's kids on vacations, etc. Well, like just in May, there was a joint birthday party. In the background of this birthday party from the beginning of May, there's Warren's mom, there's his little brother, and right there.
And allegedly, this is the boy that was sending out the racist messages where he was saying, the black people, whatever the hell he was saying. That is allegedly him.
Here in the background is the mayor of Ocean Springs, Bob.
the mayor of Ocean Springs. So I just, I thought this was a great video because this lady has done the research. I mean, I like her. She has done the research. All of these people are connected. I want you guys to understand it ain't always too about them being connected. This is a bunch of white folks who have essentially did something to a Black boy. And unfortunately, they don't value a Black life like they value theirs. They are barbaric.
In fact, here's another picture of him from the party, just in case that profile view wasn't enough for you. Oh, and he was tagged in the picture. Oh, and remember Lieutenant Carone, the first person on—
Now listen to this. Listen with your listening ears.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your exact address in just seconds. Imagine pulling up your neighborhood, spotting your roof, your street, even the landmarks around you, all in real time from an aerial view. It's like having your own personal window to the world right on your screen. This tool is simple to use. Just type in an address and instantly explore detailed satellite imagery with incredible clarity and precision. Whether you're curious about your home, checking out a vacation spot, or just exploring places you've always wanted to visit, it's all right here. Discover the power of seeing your world from above. Don't just hear about it, experience it. Try this free satellite Earth Maps tool today and see your world like never before.
We wondered why in the hell did they wait to 10 or 11 o'clock to report Nolan as missing? They had the whole day. Like, why didn't you think about it at 6 or 7 o'clock? She does a marvelous job breaking this down because you know what she found? That someone either related to them or very close to them was one of the people on the scenes. So what she believes is they waited so late because this guy would have been at work during the time that they reported it, which would have gave them a upper level as it relates to the investigation. If you ever call the police, it's like, the police come and you kind of assign to that officer. If you have any more information, you can get in contact with that officer. So it kind of makes sense. Is this why they waited to 10 or 11 o'clock to call the police?
On the report that we see when Nolan's mom called him missing, as it turns out, someone that he's related to, I can't pinpoint exactly how the relation is, but their maiden name is the same as his last name. It turns out they have the same last name as who? The girl whose party it was. And I have confirmed that that woman is mutual friend of the mother of the girl who threw the party. And I'm going to go ahead and just wild guess theory. This is alleged, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that the reason they waited so long to tell the mom was they were waiting to make sure that he was on shift. And this is why I'm thinking.
I like her. I love how she breaks it down. She provides the evidence. Check her out on TikTok.
More and more that they brought Nolan back to the house. Everybody got their stories straight and stuff. And then they waited to tell Nolan's mom until he was going to be on his shift and taking that phone call, which is probably why nobody was sent out to look for him that fucking night. That's why we don't have any footage of them going.
Another thing, guys, which she's going to say, do you guys realize that they showed us a picture, a video of them going to Horn Island with Nolan? Why the hell do we need a video of them going to Horn Island with Nolan? Like everybody has agreed that they went to Horn Island with Nolan. But you know what they didn't show, guys? Put it in the chat. What didn't they show us? How about the video of them coming back? If you're going to show us a video, because we know you have, this.
And again, y'all, all this shit, these are YouTube. Like, and I'll be the first to say, I don't know about them TikTok motherfuckers, but everybody been doing, you know what I'm saying? They look due diligence with this shit. But again, I don't know about the TikTok people, man. Like, that's don't get me wrong. I know motherfuckers do they look, you know what I'm saying? But that's kind of a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit much for me. I ain't gonna lie.
Camera and stuff there. Where is the video of them coming back? Why is there no video? Was there a body on that boat? I'm just saying, stop playing with us.
Back to the grandparents' house up there. That's why no pictures from this supposed party ever came out. Y'all ready for today's Nolan Well?
She does a great job. Now, what else? I want to show you guys something else here. So This is going back to, and I took this person's name off because I don't need people to be, getting harassed. You don't even need to know who it was. If you didn't see this, then you don't need to know. But this was posted. It's posted on social media, so it's not like it's private. These were things that people were saying initially. This was posted on Threads. It says, it says Wyatt smacked him in the head with some sort of big pole. The pole is hidden in the woods or near the garage, and there is, I don't know what that says right there. Definitely a backpack in the garage that contained Nolan's blood on a tennis towel. I don't know if that's true, but again, these were things that people were initially saying. So it's just odd that we're coming back now to this situation where was Nolan brought back to the house?
I found a lie in their timeline, but I've also discovered a deep political connection, not only to a former governor of Mississippi, but to Turning Point USA. So first off, this picture has surfaced in which it's clearly the group of boats a little bit further out in the water altogether. Now here's what is supposedly Bart's boat. We can see the garment on top, can confirm this black boat.
Now here go the super conspiracy. Now I ain't gonna say conspiracy because it is. So the road she went down, she did uncover some truths. But I don't want to say it's that deep to do all this shit. You hear me to go down this deeper dive to cover up some shit, but just listen.
From this other picture, we can see Wyatt's Triton right here, and we can confirm that by the motor. As you can see right here, has that black stripe on the white motor. Now, in between the two boats is the Palm Beach. You can clearly see it labeled, and it's got that stripe, right? As you can see, the stripe is there. And yet there's this design right here and no Palm Beach. And you may be like, Jay, that doesn't prove that it's a different boat. Maybe we just can't see it, even though it should be right there, according to this picture. But if you look in this video, you can see that there's a black propeller right there. See black propeller, and you can very clearly see the Palm Beach right there on the side. But if you look really carefully in this photo, you can see right there a black propeller. There's another boat on the other side of these three boats. And given the lack of the name on the boat and the black propeller, I'm going to assume the Palm Beach is on the other side, which means there's 4 boats right here. Then I rewatched Warren's interview.
And I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan's not with me. And I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck. And, well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back. And the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy and I went, and with my buddies, we went, filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down the ice, and just got everything ready. And Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's a 2-foot Palm Beach. And I drove the boat from 4-body boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house, and that's where we all came to meet up that day.
So Wyatt had his buddy's boat already hooked up to the back of his truck. He said he and Wyatt and his other buddy went and got ice and filled up the boats. And Wyatt went and put the Palm Beach, his smaller boat, into the water. And we know that there was a second boat, the Triton, that was driven by Wyatt. Wyatt had 2 boats in the water. Who was driving his other boat?
Nolan was on Wyatt Pyron's 22 Triton. On the way out, I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad's decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and, I rode out there with Bart and a lot of the girls that go to college with my friends and I, and Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There's 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton, and then there was 8 or 9 people on the Triton, and then there was the rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people.
Now, wait a minute. So Warren already had a boat hooked up when he woke up that morning. I'm assuming that had to be the Triton that was hooked up, right? Then he said that Wyatt went and put his smaller boat, the Palm Beach, into the water. Then Warren said that he was the one who drove the Palm Beach to their friend's dock. Assuming that Wyatt drove the Triton to the dock and Bart drove his own boat to that dock, who drove the Palm Beach out to the water then? Because he said that he got a ride in with Bart, even though at one point during the interview, he said all of his stuff was on the Palm Beach. So it sounds to me like Warren was the one driving the Palm Beach. I'm also like, what parent would let their kid, who's obviously going off to party, take 2 of their boats and let them let their drunk friends drive? Like, it isn't making sense to me. Maybe these parents are just shitty parents and irresponsible. Then he also said that he contacted Bart that morning to see if he could come. And Bart was like, yeah, I can give all your friends a ride, blah, blah, blah. According to him, there were 10-ish people, 15 people on that boat. So So where were those people originally supposed to ride in on? They'd been planning it for weeks. They were excited about it. Why did Bart have to suddenly step in and take all these people? And remember, Bart said that his dad had canceled going out on the boat that day, so he could do it. Something's not adding up here. I think there was an adult somewhere in this mix.
So what she's saying is, I mean, she has great valid points. She's just summing up what her. Why is this a secret? Why is this a
said that they took off going 40 miles an hour and they didn't go to his buddy's grandparents' house, but they went to Fort Bayou to go do a plug thing. Except right here, 5:44, vessel arrives at El Camino Road. 8 minutes later, then it departs from El Camino Road and headed east into Fort Bayou. So right there, we have a lie. The boat did stop before going into Fort Bayou. 6 minutes later, it comes back to El Camino Road. And the vessel departed El Camino Road half an hour later, headed southwest to St. Martin Bayou, and then turned southeast into Biloxi Bay Bridge. Then they went back to the Bayou boat launch. Then the boat was taken to Cardinal Lane, which was Wyatt's residence. Now, because I am an absolute genius, I was able to find it. This was where they left and where they came back that day. Then came back several times. Now, first off, why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? We know that Nolan was with them when they left. So why do they have the security cams from that morning, but not that night? Whose grandparents live there? Jax Patalo, whose family owns a pharmacy. It goes back deeper than that because George Patalo Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather, who is deceased, as it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the
Now here go the mad conspiracy, y'all.
staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. As you can see, I've confirmed Jax's relation to it. And as it turns out, Cliff Finch, well, he was in the Mississippi House of Representatives from 1960 to 1964 and supported racial segregation and backed the racist governor, to preserve segregation in the state. The federal grand jury conducted a 3-year-long investigation into his administration and several state agencies, and they were all accused of corruption and mismanagement. Finch was never found guilty himself, but some of his aides and appointees were indicted. And those sort of political connections seem to trickle down through the generations. So now we know why the governor got involved. And I started looking into the lawyer that's handling the defamation case from the Bart family. So from 2015 to 2018, he was state director of Americans for Prosperity. Then in 2018 to 2020, he was vice president of Stand Together while being vice president of Americans for Prosperity. Stand Together is a Charles Koch nonprofit, and Americans for Prosperity is a libertarian conservative political advocacy group affiliated with Charles Koch and David Koch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're fucking evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point US?
Evil. You heard it. Evil. She breaks it down. This is why I said I am not trying to logically figure out. I can just talk about where the evidence leads because these are sick people, evil people. And it could have been a situation where Nolan was set up to be there because I know on one audio, I heard somebody say something about for your entertainment, and I didn't know what that was. We don't know what sick people do. Like you cannot say, oh, I know they didn't do that. We don't know what these sick people will do. We really don't. We don't know. But as she stated, they are evil.
Major donors for the Koch brothers also are primary financial pillars for Turning Point USA, specifically their campus operations. And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Y'all do recognize him, right? This is the
And this is true because I
Race Batum Tatum. So this is the COON who went out there to defend these boys, those white tee boys, but you don't even know what happened. We don't know what happened. So how is it that so now you see why he took the stance that he took? Okay, she cold, ain't she?
Not only have I found.
Let me read some of y'all super chats before we wrap here. Let's see who's Aunt. Well, listen, it looks like a mixed person. I don't know, but it definitely seems like it could possibly be him. I have no idea, though. I can't, say that it's him, but I'm going to look at some more videos and maybe see if it is, but I guess I can't really say if it's him or not. Milton Brewer is in the chat. Thank you for your $10. All they really have to do is look at what boat went out to the Northwest Island Sunday night, early Monday morning. Now you have who placed the body in the water. Impossible to find him in the same spot. Well, guess what? It's gonna come out. How about I'm gonna say that because I know they watching. I'm just gonna say it's going to come out because you have a good point. If they really wanted to find the information, that is where it becomes a problem because they really don't. Because if they brought out the information, then a lot of white tea folks is going to jail. Keisha Jones, thank you for the third. Yet they put.
These are the hands building tomorrow. Right now.
Hines County Coroner Jeremiah Howard said the woman's body was discovered behind a residence in the 500 block of Road of Remembrance. The woman was found, from a tree. Authorities are treating the case as a death investigation. Howard said the woman's body will be transferred to not the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office. Y'all got to get that lady out of there and into the unemployment line, where an autopsy will be performed to determine the cause and manner of death. But of course, nothing like this is happening in good old Mississippi, right? That's what they would have you believe. Nothing like this happens in Mississippi. It's definitely happening there. I want to share you guys this other video since we're talking about this. We know racism happens all over.
So apparently while this was going on, they found the young woman being lynched or hung. It's crazy, man. And all this shit is going on right now in Mississippi. This is crazy.
But I believe, in Mississippi, it's definitely happening down there.
Mississippi, and on the 4th of July, my son's best friend came with us to my family's get together, and their friend is Black, and he was the only Black person. The son's friend was obviously going to be protected with us, as are all of our Black friends, because I'm very aware of how racist people can be in Mississippi. And I even told my kids before we left for my family's 4th of July thing that if anyone said anything racist, that they knew that their mama was going to speak up, say something, because I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my own family. I'm going to call you out on your racist BS. And that we would immediately leave because I'm not going to tolerate that ever. So my kids know that about me, but I also want to make sure that they know that we have to speak out no matter who it is. I don't care if it's family. People come out and are saying, you need to warn your kids about being the only Black person amongst a group of white people, especially in certain places around here. Very much so. I agree with it. I'm always telling my kids, if you are with your friends who aren't white and you're around any certain area and someone comes out saying racist stuff, you have to be the one that speaks up. You have to intervene. When my kids were little and they would go play basketball at another guy's house, his neighbor always hung a Confederate flag. And I would tell my boys, if y'all are set on playing basketball there at your friends, please know if that man ever comes outside of that house, you have to be the one to speak to him. Do not let your Black friends try to say anything because you never know what that man might do to them. So as a white parent who was very aware of the racism here and everywhere, in most places, unfortunately, it is my job to make sure I educate my children simply not on being not racist, but I want to teach them, and I do teach them, how to be anti-racist and how to use the privilege that they have as a white person around here to make sure that they're the ones speaking up and intervening to protect all their friends who aren't white, because they're going to be viewed differently than their Black.
The privilege that they have.
Black friends, and so they have to do that. They have to step in. So if you're a white person and you get offended by people saying, don't let your Black children be the only Black person going somewhere with a white family, we should not be offended. We should be very aware of what they have to deal with all the time. And it doesn't matter if we're the exception to that rule. We should understand where they're coming from and then also do our part to make sure we're educating our children on how to be better stewards of the privilege that they have, especially in these places, and to make sure that they're protecting their friends.
And listen, I agree. Okay. People, don't be afraid to say what you need to say. If, a person of another hue don't understand, that is their problem and not yours. I have gotten to the place in my life where I'm going to be respectful. But if my respectful is still not enough for you, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. I will be happy to tell anybody, nobody in my house is going to anybody's house that look like you, because I don't trust it. And I will tell you, your mama, your daddy, and I don't give a damn how you like it or how you don't like it. That's it. That's all. Said the guy with the red beads is Bart, not Warren. Thank you for clarification. Because you see, thank you.
What'd you say? Hey. It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now. I don't know the phone number. It's either I think it's try that. I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off. Reach me at 2. Yeah, everybody's off the way. What? No, we do not need that. Let me go look. Will, Hey, North. All right, are you ready? North 3 degrees. 46.72. Sorry, look. What do I need to send you? Yeah, what?
This is why, too, someone put in the chat that they believe that this CETO call was an alibi. The CETO call was fake. So it is given that it was done for a reason. But what I'm trying to understand in my mind, though, which I shouldn't try to understand it, I should just talk about the information, is if they left the Horn Island, I guess I don't understand, but I'm not going to try to understand it because we don't even know. Do we? I thought there were pictures, though, with Nolan. Oh, wait a minute, guys. Were there ever any pictures of Nolan on the 4th? Maybe. I don't know. This is getting creepy.
Yeah, we do not have to be right here. Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79. Yes, we are at Horn Island. Yes. If we were sinking, yes.
And I ain't gonna lie, this audio, man, I don't know.
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water. I want to get this boat on sank and towed back, yes. You can tow it to Ocean Springs or Fort Bayou lawn. No, there's no children. Hey, Lord, drop it off. Gotta jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
See, guys, again, I guess I got to stop trying to figure it out and just say what I think, because me trying to figure this out is really hard because I don't really understand it. But to say that they staged this call is very creepy because what it means is something happened to him prior to, and that they brought him back out, which, they could have done. But it also means that Nolan suffered because, as we can hear, they're saying is he dead? So it's very creepy. So it's extremely creepy because it leads you to believe then if they would have brought the body back out there, then what did they tie? I don't know. I don't know. They could have.
They gotta get. Hello. No. They gotta get. Okay, what's going on? What's up? There are 0 adults on board. No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
You know what? Let me correct that because they did see him on Horn Island. Now I'm remembering. People did see him on Horn Island, but it got sketchy around this time. Okay, so that's why I'm a little bit confused because I don't know how that kind of fits into the picture. And that's why I keep saying one thing we do know is that the call, so if in fact, I do believe that the call was an alibi, but I also believe that they were saying things not knowing that they were being recorded. That is the most important part, because they were saying things not knowing that they were recorded. And I said myself, I didn't even realize that when you call into places that before they answer that you're being recorded. Milton Brewer, thank you for the $10. They didn't have to go to Fort Bayou to unplug or put the plug back in. Right. They was right by Horn Island. Right. Fort Bayou is right by Horn Island. The coach talked to him on the 4th. So he was alive on the 4th. Yes. You're right, Milton Brewer. And also, the coach told his mom or his parents, Milton Brewer, thank you, that he actually saw him on the island and that he wasn't drunk. So he had to have been alive on the 4th.
Hello? Yeah, there's lots of people breathing on the boat. Like 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have life jackets available. A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull. Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped.
So again, guys, the audio is the audio. So we know that something happened there. But again, when you guys start talking about the pool party, I hear you. And I've heard that from various people, but I just don't know how it fits in. Not to say that it didn't happen, because we do have that picture. And here's the deal, guys. When that picture was posted, it was posted in the wee hours. Don't quote me on it. It was either 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, but it was posted, when the people was having fun. They was partying. And then it immediately was deleted. But what they didn't know is that it went to their Instagram. It went to Threads. So I think there is something valid with the pool party. I just don't understand. And this is another reason too why I had played Nerdy Pink Panda's videos, because another thing she pointed out is that the timelines that they're providing us is not correct. They're not correct. And I believe this is another effort to confuse and cover up everything. She even stated when she went to plot everything that they said using Google Maps that it didn't add up. So, hey, it's a validity to a lot of this. We just don't know how it fits into the puzzle, clearly, because we're not investigating it. We were not privy to whatever information that they have that they're not providing us with. But one thing we do have is we know.
Okay. Now, that's that. But let me see here. Let me look at here. That's that. I want to get into this real quick. This note that was sent. Who would I see that on? Let me see here. Because it's supposed to be a young lady you know what I'm saying? Wrote a letter or supposed to be. Let me see. 1 second here, man. Crazy. This shit crazy. Mm. 1 minute, y'all. Find this. Yeah. Let's see if this is what I'm talking about. Now, hold on. Let's see if this is. Let's see if this is.
A coastal island 2 days after a boating trip with friends. His cause of death is undetermined, according to an independent autopsy. The state autopsy reportedly is complete, but the results are not yet public.
We are begging, if anyone knows anything, his friends, strangers, please call the hotline, because we will not be able to rest until we get answers.
Katie was standing right there. She watched it happen. And the next day, she texted one of the friends and confirmed exactly what she saw. That text message is now part of the public record, and what it says directly contradicts the framing that has dominated this case for weeks. An unnamed friend who was present on Horn Island on July 4th sat down with Brandon Tatum and gave the most detailed firsthand account this case has ever produced. He described the last time he personally saw Nolan at 3 p.m., cradling Katie in his arms at the water's edge, both of their heads above water, Nolan shaking his head laughing when this friend caught his eye. He described what happened when the group prepared to leave. His buddy yelled at Nolan to get on the boat, not once, multiple times, and not calmly. The exact words were, "Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat, we're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now." And Nolan's response was direct. "No, I am staying out here. I am going to ride with somebody else." At least 5 people heard him say it. Every person who was on that boat in that moment heard Nolan Wells explicitly choose to stay on Horn Island. And then Katie texted the friend the next day. She said the last time she saw Nolan was when his buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. She was right there. She watched Nolan decide not to get on. That is not Katie's mother posting on Facebook. That is not a face-to-face meeting with Christine relayed secondhand. That is a direct text message from Katie herself, sent the day after Nolan disappeared, confirming she personally witnessed the moment his friends say he chose to stay.
The Section 8 waiting list is open. But it won't stay.
That ain't what it say. She just said, see, now they changed it.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course.
This ain't it, y'all. Hold on. It's the witness. I don't want to fight. I gotta. And again, all this shit is just like I say, we don't know. And before I get up out of here, I want to play that, and I got something else that I want to play for out of here. I just. Let me see. And it's crazy that they locking everybody up. That's been throwing out these damn threats, but ain't nobody fucking ain't nobody fucking locked up for this shit right now. But they finding everybody that's they finding everybody that's fucking throwing out all these threats. They can't find no motherfucker. This is crazy. This is crazy. Then it be a lot of shit that I be seeing. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's some Willie D shit, y'all. Big shout out to Willie D. Also, man, big shout out to the young lady, man, who content I was borrowing. The Lakeisha Keisha, man. But check this shit out, y'all.
Maybe Nolan Wells and a group of people on that fateful day, July 4th, Independence Day, as a matter of fact. Yeah, she said that, basically he was jumped. Yeah, fam, these are her words right here. Now, this has not been confirmed. I haven't been able to confirm this. In fact, I wasn't even able to find her TikTok because I searched for it like extensively. I could not find it. Maybe she went dark or something. I don't know. But this is the statement that she made. You can make of it what you will. But as I told y'all, like, I'm following all leads. I'm doing what the police should be doing, following all leads, and we're going to put it out there. And I do believe, like, telling these stories, if we keep telling these stories and keep putting it out there and people keep coming forward and sharing their experiences, I do believe that the truth will eventually come out. There's too many people involved. There's way too many people involved. The truth will eventually come out. I'm not saying that this is the truth, but it's coming out. The truth is on the way. So without further ado, let's get into this statement that this woman named Faith Lauren made on TikTok. I have not spoken publicly about this before, but I witnessed an altercation involving Nolan Wells from a boat nearby. What I saw has stayed with me, and I believe it's important information. I have provided or intend to provide my account to the appropriate investigators because Nolan's family deserve the truth. Out of respect for the ongoing investigation, I won't speculate beyond what I personally observed. I am providing this statement based on what I personally observed. While I was on the boat near the area, I witnessed an altercation involving Nolan Wells and several other individuals. I saw what appeared to be an argument that escalated after there was a dispute involving Nolan's phone. I heard Nolan yelling for his phone to be returned. The argument continued after the group reached shore, and I observed a physical fight involving Nolan and multiple people. I also observed a young woman telling them to stop. At that point, I left the area because the situation appeared to be getting worse. I did not remain long enough to witness what happened afterwards. Everything beyond what I personally observed would be speculation, so I cannot honestly say what happened after I left. All right, fam, give me a thumbs up if you believe. If you believe this to be an authentic statement, give me a thumbs up. Thumbs down if you say, nah, man, it ain't adding up. I give you a few moments to think about it. Okay, time's up. I don't know, fam. I do believe is something happened. I do believe a fight occurred. There absolutely was an altercation. There was an altercation. And somebody or somebodies killed Nolan Wells. And I do believe he was killed on that boat. That's right, I said it. I believe he was killed on that boat. So all those scare tactics they're using ain't gonna work. You cannot change my mind. There is nothing you can do to change my mind about that. I believe Nolan Wells was killed on that boat by his so-called friend or friends. Yeah, and his so-called friends covered. Yeah, I do believe. And now I believe that the authorities are covering. That's why they're so aggressive about arresting people who are making threats towards or alleged threats towards the friends and not the threats that are being made towards the family. They're not aggressive about arresting anybody. They haven't arrested anybody in connection to making threats towards the Wells or the Wansley family. They haven't made any arrests in association with threats received by journalists or content creators. They haven't made any threats, even for those people, on behalf of those people who are just simply American citizens who are asking questions online. Yeah, they haven't made any arrests. So what are we supposed to think? You know what I mean? Like, fam, at some point the jig got to be up. it's got to be up. You got to say, man, well, look like no matter what we do, people just ain't gonna buy it. What are you gonna do? Arrest 1 million people? I think it's a lot more than 1 million people who has an opinion about this case and who believes that Nolan Wells was murdered. I'm sure it's in the tens of millions of people who believe. So I'm not, and when they do things like that, when people are out here making threats against people who are asking questions, or they're trying to belittle and they're criticizing and they're angry at people who are just simply asking questions, that makes me even more suspicious. Like, what do you have to hide? Why are you acting like the criminal we are accusing the people who you're supporting of being? Like, if we're so wrong, you should be calm about it. You should be calm about it.
And then also, after that message was sent, she reportedly contacted him again directly, saying that she was going to expose him or whatever the case may be, and he blocked her. And she sent the second message and it was blocked. Apparently, and again, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if she was there. I don't even know if she knew him or whatever the case may be. I have no idea. I have no idea. But what I can say, man, is that again, I really do hope that they find justice for this young man, or get justice for this young man. Cause it's crazy, man. Crazy, man. Hmm. So, and then we also, man, it's been a recent new case here, man, about a young lady, man, that got invited. Oh my goodness. To some so-called, again, same, well, almost similar situation. Young lady got invited, to a friend's house. It was 3 young ladies, and apparently, uh, they lured her in, got her drunk, and they proceeded to jump on her, beat on her, call out her name, all type of shit, man. Try to see if I can find it real quick. And don't get me wrong, a lot of times when you see this stuff, man, you really got to comb through and you really got to understand. Really got to understand. Wait, let me see. What the fuck happened? Oh, goodness. I want to say Michigan. Because actually, this just popped up. Well, not just popped up. I just, as I was going over this, I seen it. Okay, so a disturbing video of a young woman named Audrey. Her name was Audrey Mazarek, being taunted, dragged, and assaulted by 3 individuals in Michigan after being heavily intoxicated. Social media reports have sparked a massive online outrage and calls for accountability. So the video is on Instagram. Let me see if I can get on Instagram and see if we can see this video. Y'all. Let's go to Instagram, shall we? Let's see if we can find this video on Instagram, y'all. Let's see if we can find this on Instagram. Because I want y'all to see this should be crazy, man. This should be crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh. It says on Instagram. Y'all, I am not social media. Look, I am not social media savvy at all. I don't be on none of this shit, man. Let's see. Damn. When you want something, I just type this shit in now. I can see it, man. What the Hold on. Okay, all right. I think I might have something here, y'all. Might have- Check it out, y'all. Let's look at this. This is why they saying, man, be careful where your friends go and shit like that, and who you let your friends see. This shit crazy. Now look, y'all. She's supposed to be drunk. See, and I want the sound because y'all can't hear what she's saying. I can find one with the sound. And that's the girl that was found hanging from a tree. Man, this shit crazy. So and that's in Mississippi. That lady right here was in. It's crazy. Whenever you're trying to find something, man, to play it, man, it's always bullshit. But yeah, but that young lady, man, I just don't hear to play it, even though I can't. And the young lady was pregnant, by the way. She was pregnant, by the way. She had found out just days after this. I guess after she went to the hospital. So I don't think they knew whatever the case what they doing, but they supposedly got her drunk and look what they doing. Now it's one in the back on the phone, but look how she jumping on her with her knees. They pulling her hair. They smacking her in the face. Look at her do it. Now I know they laughing, but when you hear she screaming and she steady putting her hand over her mouth, talking about some shut up bitch. And then they recording this shit. Then you got the one girl in the background that's on the phone and ain't said shit, ain't did shit, ain't said shit. That's looking, they laughing. Like, bro, this shit is horrible, bro. And then when we say, and we feel about how we feel about, certain people, and then why do you feel like that? And black people this and you always turn it into this. Look at what the fuck y'all do, bro. And I'm not saying we ain't fucked up to our own people. Listen, I ain't never saying that. But to speak out about me, teaching my folks, my peoples, how not to deal with y'all. Come on, man. Y'all can't do that shit. And again, I know these are, separate, situations, and this ain't every case. We know that. But again, man, Nolan Wells out with his friends unalive. This young lady got lured to supposedly one of her three white friends' cribs. And there's three of them there, and this is what they doing. They jumping on her, they beating her, they calling them out of name, all type of crazy shit. This is what I'm saying, man. This is shit to do. And they think it's okay. What's going on, tribe? And they think it's okay. So you got the young girl in Mississippi, just like the young guy. They got hung in Mississippi, and they tried to say it was a suicide. Man, if you don't get the fuck up out of here, so you mean to tell me, bro? You mean to tell me I took the time? Now, and mind you, they said it was a suicide. Now I'm going to tell you how this shit happened. So mind you, he was hung from a tree. How the fuck did I commit suicide and hang my motherfucking self from a tree and y'all rule it as a suicide? How can an individual? So you mean to tell me I threw the rope up on the fucking tree? How did I pull myself up to get hung? The young man that got matter of fact, I think he was it was around or about college campus as well. And they ruled it as a suicide. So you mean to tell me this young man hung himself on the tree on his own with no assistance and no help, and y'all ruled it a suicide? And they swept that shit up under the rug. Just like the young lady that I just showed him in Jackson, Mississippi, that just got hung. But when we talk about this Nolan Well case and the seriousness of the could potentially or possibly being a cover up in the history about the things that go on in Mississippi, y'all sit there and tell us, "Oh no, wait for the investigation, or wait for things to come out." This. Man, look at the type of shit that's going on and that's happening up, man. Y'all got to be out y'all rabbit ass minds. Come on, man. Got to be, bro. This shit this shit just don't make no sense. This shit just don't make no sense, man. Just like them two young boys that was up in Stone Mountain, Georgia. The two twins, the brothers that just graduated high school, and both of them had scholarships to go to college. Didn't have a criminal background, no run-ins with the police, nothing bad to say in high school, or neighbors, or nobody they was around. All of a sudden, these two boys just came up missing, and they got found in the mountains. And then this is the story that they tried to spill with this one: that one of the brothers he killed his twin, and then he turned the gun on himself and committed suicide. Man, if y'all don't get the fuck up out, I read that article, but again, that story didn't get any major coverage. Now, my thing is, I get it. Every case can't get major coverage, right? I guess if you want to push it that way, you know what I'm saying? But bullshit, man. It's too many of these things happening and going on with us for us not to be trying to figure out how to fucking stop this shit. And then people always want to say, "Oh, well, you know, y'all always want to throw what the fuck." Wait. First of all, and I'm not saying that people of color are not capable of hanging each other, right? Come on, man, we underline. But ain't nobody threw no motherfucking rope. First of all, with the situation of the little boy or the young guy that they found, and I ain't even talking about the lady. How the fuck he hang himself from a tree with a rope? The fuck out of here, man. He climbed up in the tree, tied the rope, then just jumped, huh? How did this young black girl get up there? I guess she threw a rope around the tree and just hung herself too, huh? In Mississippi. And I'm not saying that any of those cases in Mississippi are relative to this one. That's not what I'm saying. I'm definitely not saying that at all. We know that, right? Separate instances, separate cases, separate things. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to, just make note of the track record. And honestly, I'm not gonna even lie to y'all, man. I really do hope they hurry up and get rid of it. I mean, not get rid of it. We'll get to the bottom of this case or make some type of arrest. And it's baffling how the hell y'all find the people who making these death threats towards the people of the who could potentially or possibly be victims versus they ain't arrested nobody that's threatening Nolan Wells family, but they didn't threaten that. But they didn't found at least three. They didn't make at least 3 arrests of people who didn't made comments towards the crew that is supposed to be his friends. It's fucking insane. We got to stop this, man. AJ, what's going on, brother? He say, bro, Billis, why do you try to foment war? You are just going to end up in here. Listen, I don't pay boy Billis any attention. He said, what? You just tossed the rope over a limb and tied off. Don't get me wrong. I hear what you saying, Jay, but ain't nobody did no shit like that, bro. I'm not going up on no motherfucker, climbing up on no fucking tree, bro, putting no ladder. So how did he get up there? What was the ladder? Yeah, or he just climbed the fucking tree? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop it. Because he had to find some way to get up there. Where was the things that he used to get up in the fucking tree? What a ladder. How did he get a boost up that high to even tie the rope to jump off if that's what happened? You see what I'm saying? Shit, come on, man. We gotta stop this shit. You gotta stop this shit. Gotta stop this shit. So I guess the young lady did the same thing, huh? In Jackson, Mississippi. I guess she hung herself too, huh? Just the little girl that I just showed that was intoxicated, and obviously I'm gonna find out more about that because I don't think people pushing that because it just came out. They lured her there, they got her intoxicated, right? So she became intoxicated and she was knocked out, as you can see, trying to sleep. It's obviously, and then she got to be slow. Like, bro, you like they don't seem like they fucked up or messed up at all. So you mean to tell me you just went over there and you got to drinking and ain't nobody else drinking and you the only motherfucker that's fucked up? So could you that incoherent that they able to do some shit like this to you? Stop it. You say what ladder pull on rope and it's done, brother. You are not doing no fucking AJ. You sound like AJ. I like you, AJ, but AJ, you sound completely foolish right now. So you mean to tell me you're gonna be on the ground and you're gonna throw the rope over the tree and you're gonna pull? No, AJ, stop it, AJ, stop it. Stop it. In order to hang yourself from that tree, you have to get up in that tree, tie that knot, and then jump. You ain't throwing no rope over no damn limb and pulling yourself up. The fucking rope was tied on the tree, man. Go back and look up the case. No, no. No. But I get it. You are, you got to do what you do. I feel it. I feel it. That's a doorknob. Are we talking about a tree versus a doorknob? Are you serious? Got to be. Yeah, AJ ain't gonna hop on. He say AJ. What do you say, AJ? Got some playing to do. Yeah, AJ ain't gonna hop on, man.
I want to hear this shit.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do you remember the young guy that was hung in the tree that I'm talking about, Fambo?
You talking one in Mississippi?
Yeah. Remember he was hung from the tree and they ruled it as a suicide. So the way he was hung up in that tree. Now let's scientifically, mathematically talk about this. The way they found his body up in the tree, do you think that he just threw a rope over a branch and pulled himself till he hung himself?
No, somebody put him in that tree and hung him.
Somebody put him in that fucking tree, bro. From the knot that was like, bro, come on, bro.
If he did that by himself, he good.
And again, as I stated, Mississippi, shit, you can still they can still hang you down there. He said, "I have a face for radio. I do not." Nah, you ain't got to cut your camera on. We ain't got to see your face. You know what I'm saying? We can hear you. You know what I'm saying? You don't see nobody else's face up here. We can hear you quite fine.
You can show your face if you want to. You don't have to.
Yeah. I'm saying if you come in the back, I just need to know it's you. But once you come up here, you cut your camera off. But yeah, man, I just think this is outrageous, man. It's just a lot going on. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like we can't do shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Like it shit just gonna continue. Even like again with this Nolan Wells situation, bro. Look how long it's taking, man. With all the technology and all the advancement and all the so-called smart people, including they got the fucking FBI in this case, and it's not. It ain't getting solved. Listen, and I'm gonna keep it 100. Now, sometimes cases can't. Right? It's mysterious, but a lot of these cases don't get solved because they don't want to solve. A lot of times they know what's going on. If they do due diligence and the proper investigative work to expose what need to be exposed, they know. They know. Just sweep it under the rug. Like, fuck it. Why? But again, we don't have no power. We don't have no authority. We too busy trying to integrate. You forget me? You know what I'm saying? We just got to separate ourselves from this shit, man. Or if you're going to be in this society, learn how to play the game. Learn how to stay away, even though I know that's easier said than done and hard to do because you are the minority. But God damn. God damn. What you got going on, though, Fambo? How you doing this evening, my man?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, man. So what you think about this latest story about this woman saying that that she seen what they did to Nolan?
Oh, you talking about that video? What's going on?
Yeah. With the Willie D said that he got the message from I forgot what the name it was. She said her name and everything. And you know what I'm saying? They said that she seen them getting into an argument about his phone and how they got into a physical altercation. What you think about that?
I could see that happening. Cause after that, they can't find the phone now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm talking before the phones came up.
Oh yeah. And then
I think they were trying to get his phone to take some shit off of there.
Oh, you think they were trying to get his phone to erase some shit off his phone?
Yeah.
Like what though? What could they been trying to get his phone to erase off? What you think? Like that's what I'm saying. What you think they could have been trying to erase?
Some shit that he seen there, what they was doing. He didn't supposed to see.
Well, shit. If that was the case, I'd be like, I erased that shit off the phone. Or I erased the shit off the phone. It ain't worth my motherfucking life. I tell you that much. And it's probably always. And see, it did. I think the mother said that this has only been his second time going out there. He went last year, or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying, out there with him. So, but again, maybe he did see something he wasn't supposed to see and he recorded some shit on his phone. But how? When his phone was on the boat, they said he left his phone on the boat. So if he left his phone on the boat, what could he have possibly recorded, or what could have possibly been on his phone that they want to delete it or that he seen? If we going off the story that they told about his phone.
Yeah.
Or it could have been just, like, and let's just say for the sake of the argument, he did tell him, I'm not going with y'all and I'm staying. And he was just like, give me my damn phone. Why I couldn't get my phone back? And that's why I said maybe he was, swimming towards him. And I presented the possibility of maybe, what I'm saying, by all those boats being so close together while he was swimming towards their boat, another boat could have potentially, or he hit it, anything, bro. But that's my thing. If it was an accident, why not just say it was an accident at the end of the day, man? It's that clear and that simple. And if y'all was already in the water and if he was swimming towards y'all and he got hit by another boat in the back of the head, if it was an accident, y'all really didn't have shit to do with that. Any other thing that's around that, y'all could have easily I think they could have got off. I think this could have been, if they was really trying to cover up anything or do anything, just by saying it was an accident, I think could have really got them off if they'd explained the story like that. Like, goddamn, like, but I think in a panic or in an uproar and had all unfolded, it could have been, or like you say, or like other people say, he could have been, like they say, he was cradling Katie and shit like that, and then Katie was right there. I just showed the video earlier where Katie was right there, but they trying to say that this was Nolan's first time ever meeting Katie and all this, that, and the third. And then I hear shit about, well, Katie has been to family events. Which is it? And Katie never said that she didn't see, or all she said was when he told me he was leaving me to go get on the phone. I mean, to go get on the boat with his friends. It never was said by her that she was right there when he left. Because again, if they seen him at 3:00 with Katie, that doesn't mean that when he told Katie, all right, I'm going back to my boat, that don't mean she was right there when he was going out to the boat to watch him actually go to the boat. What if they wasn't even in the same vicinity? If this is what he did, if I went off with a chick, you feel me? Because if I'm going off with a chick, I'm not finna be around. You feel me? We finna dip off or whatever the case may be, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gone. I'm finna get back to this boat type situation.
Yeah,
so
after they got back, they talking about they fit to lure you up.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
So if you didn't do nothing wrong, why you luring up?
Well, because they saying this situation is kind of fishy since they did come out and say it was an accident. We lured up because shit, if he ain't come back with us, something. I mean, I'm just assuming. I'm assuming at this point because I don't know.
And then the one who so-called supposed to be his best friend, he didn't even go to the. They say he didn't even show up to the funeral. This supposed to be your best friend.
Well, honestly, like I told y'all, anybody that was involved or could have been potentially involved in this, if I was the mom or the father, it would have been just a close family funeral. I don't think I would have let anybody that he went out on that boat. I don't think I'd have let any of them at the funeral either, because I don't think I'd have been able to look at them knowing that my son or my child, was last seen with them or last known to be with them, and no one knows what happened. So everybody keeps saying that shit. I wish I would stop saying that shit. And I'm not, saying it like that towards you. It's just that I wouldn't want them at my fucking son's funeral or my daughter's funeral either. Even if they did want to come, even if they did show up at the fucking door, I'm not letting them in. Get the fuck away from here. Go about y'all business. And not to be malicious with it. It's just that, and my process of grieving and that mindset or mind state, where I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm just, baffled or whatever, I'm not letting them come to the funeral. So them not showing up, if they made an attempt to show up, I don't know. But if they didn't show up to the funeral, I mean, I wouldn't make none of that, being best friends or not. Because again, like I say, if you my best damn friend and I'm the parent and you're my child's friend and my child was last seen again, I'm not letting you come. I just don't know. No. I get it what y'all saying, but no. And I don't know if they made attempts to, contact the family during the funeral, after the funeral, or if they tried to show up. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We only know what's being reported and what's being said. We don't know if they actually made an attempt to actually go to the funeral or not. And then again, and I also want to know, like they said, the body was too decomposed. Like, did the water help with the decomposition of the body because it was only 2 days? And how long was his water in the body? So well for the 2 days apparently, because if it happened on the 4th, he was out there, saying all the 5th, all the 6th, and they didn't find him until no. They found his body. Well, yeah, 2 days because they said they found his body on the 7th, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? So July 4th was Saturday, right? The 5th was Sunday, the 6th was Monday, and the 7th was Tuesday. And they said they found his body on the 7th. So it could have possibly, the water could have possibly had a lot to do with the decomposition of the body. I sit in the water for 2 days. You know what I'm saying? It could have helped with the decomposition of the body. So, certain things probably, I don't know. Listen, again, I'm not a medical professional. I'm only assuming at this point. But I did look up, water and shit like that, because at first hand, I was thinking, well, shit, would the water help preserve or would it help speed up? So I had to look that up myself. But even within that, whether it helps preserve or whether it helps it, decompose the body quicker, decompose the body quicker. I said decompose the body quicker. I mean, that's either here or there, man. If the man was asking for his phone, like they were saying, give him his fucking phone. If he did record something in it, erase the shit again. Like why? So if this witness statement is true, so let's just say he got to the boat, right? And once he got on the boat, again, she said she heard them arguing about his phone, and it was a struggle. Then a physical altercation ensued. And then, like she said, it became too much. After I seen that shit, she was like, "Oh man, let me get the fuck on away from here. Let me get up out of here. I don't know what's gonna happen. Now I don't want to be involved." And a lot of people do that shit. So could have been a struggle, or another thing, because a lot of people has been saying strangulation, right? Could it have been a thing? They knocked him if he was swimming towards the boat. Did they instead of trying to help him up on the boat, because he had to swim to the boat once he reached the boat? Did they take something and throw it around his neck and choke him with his head, with the back of his head on the boat while him facing towards the water? Because again, the red mark that they found on the back of the occipital bone in the back of his head, in the occipital region. I'm not gonna say bone, the occipital region in the back of his head could have been a possibly, once he got to the boat, they threw something around his neck. You feel me? And strangled him that way. You know what I'm saying? With his head leaning against the boat while he trying to, get this shit up off his neck. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, they took off with the boat.
Yeah, could that be the explanation of the mark in the back of his head, because they were trying to strangle him? You know what I'm saying? And his head was pressed against the thing, and he was fighting away, and then they let him go. I mean, listen again, and I'm not saying this is what happened. So I don't want to speculate or allegedly say this is what they did. This is just me coming up with different type of theories or whatever the case may be. Not to push or to give just to give examples, or just to spark up any type of interest or any type of other way to investigate or look at this case. You feel me? Because I think as an investigator, as the policeman, like, everybody keeps saying, "Oh man, public opinion," and everybody coming up with all these fucking different scenarios and woo, and you're pushing all these theories. Well, goddamn it, the investigative department should be pushing these theories. The same shit that the people, or that they say public opinion is doing, that's the exact same shit that these investigators should be doing. They should be looking at all in every avenue, all in every variable, to see what could have potentially or possibly played out. What's plausible, what's feasible, you know what I'm saying, what's reality, what's fictional, what could have happened. You know what I'm saying, bro? You got to go through all these things if you're doing an investigation. Now, I get it happened on the water. And see, and that's my thing. And the only reason I say you will be going through all this shit, because again, certain people saying, "Oh, it was hundreds of people." We heard it from one mouth. It was thousands of people. If it was so many motherfuckers on this Somebody had to see something. Whether it was an altercation on a boat with the phone, and now if we can find this young lady, right, who made this statement. Well, I need to know how many other people were around. Because if you seen it, somebody else seen it. If it was a commotion, somebody else seen it. If they was on this boat doing this shit, somebody else seen it. Because we seen where they was in the little cove that they was. We seen all the boats that were surrounding them. So you mean to tell me you're the only person that seen this shit? No one else seen it. Somebody out there seen what happened, bro.
Well, all them people there's more people who seen something.
Got to be, bro. Somebody seen what happened and somebody know what happened.
You know, other channels watching, they say they think they killed him over the girl. Because him and another one who liked the same girl.
Yeah. But see, but then even with that photo, so they trying to say that Bart wasn't around during the week that photo was taken, so that photo had to be taken on the 4th or the 5th or whatever the case may be. Now they trying to push the narrative. Okay, well, no, see, well, Warren said that again, that photo was taken a week prior to the 4th. But Bart mom says he wasn't even around. So if he wasn't around during the week of that photo had to be took around the 5th. And if this is true, and again, I don't know if it's Photoshop, but again, Warren said no, the picture is not. He didn't say it wasn't Photoshop or it wasn't edited. He just said that no, that photo was taken prior to the 4th. So, but Bart is in this picture. So if Bart wasn't around, how the fuck was he in this picture? So let's just say Nolan didn't die on the boat, and now they trying to push the narrative about Nolan dying at that party, and he got jumped at the party. And then what they did was when they made their reruns and they was dropping people off, they dumped his body back off. See, I don't know. Like all this shit is just too much, man. It's just too much. You feel me? It's just too much. And I really do think that this now I'm not going to say that this case should have stayed private. I'm kind of okay with it being out in the public like it is, but I just wish people would just really think before they formulate and just give out opinions and speculations about shit. You know, so some don't get me wrong. I'm not mad at the speculation. It's just about how you're doing it, man. We got to really be logical, and this shit really got to make sense, and it's got to be feasible. You feel me? Even if it's not what happened, we just can't come up with shit and just keep throwing ideas out there about this, that, and the third. You feel me? Like, because a lot of times this shit is just it get confusing to the point. And see, and I think they hoping on that too. They hoping on public opinion just pushing too much of the wrong shit and not focusing enough on the right shit that they can chop this up too. Because even if it is a cover up, and public opinion is giving so much bullshit, you know, and it's influencing or got a big influence on the case, you know, they will be like, oh, well, you know, it's just too much going on. And even though public opinion shouldn't have anything to do with a police investigation, you feel me? And then y'all got the FBI and all these other motherfuckers involved. Come on, man. Come on, man. You arrested 3 motherfuckers for giving out death threats, but y'all ain't arrested a motherfucker for it. Come on, man. Y'all got to be kidding me. Y'all got to be kidding me. And this is what our fucking tax dollars is paying for. And this is what our tax dollars is paying for. This is what our tax dollars is paying for. Mel, what's going on? Moments like this are, Ms. Jen says, moments like this are a perfect opportunity to be united and committed to put pressure and embrace our rights as humans, minorities, black people in general. That's why Nolan case is still open. I guess. Why wouldn't they show up for their own murder with the threats they get? Oh shit, man. What's going this guy here? What's going on, Mr. L? Mr. L, what's happening? What's happening? This they didn't even try to show up. One of the guys said that he didn't go to the funeral because he was scared of the threats he had been receiving. Yeah, of course, not bruising. But see, but now they trying to say Mel that he got hit in the head probably with a blunt object. I don't know. How many people got caught up because of their social media content related to a crime? Even rappers have been sending us off lyrics of a song. The main issue is what's going on is wild accusations speculating. Speculating is a logical path to follow. Hi, Beer, how's your night's going? Amigo. Hey, Mel, my life is going good. So, and again, that's why I say I'm not mad at the speculative part, right? But it's just a lot of the bullshit speculation and narratives that's being pushed. Because again, like I say, as an investigator, of course you got to speculate. If I'm investigating some shit and we got a forensics team, we have to speculate, right? We have to go down, you know what I'm saying? We have to go A through Z to figure out all different type of variables. And then what we do is we go through a process of elimination. Well, this couldn't be likely because of this, or this couldn't happen because of this, or this may have happened because of that. You feel me? So I mean, again, even with the speculation, we still have to go through a process of elimination and be logical with the events and the time and placements of things. Just like even with the first video that I showed with the young lady when they gave the coordinates about the different times about how they traveled and how she got the Google Maps and then the times that she traveled in that area, she tried to overlay it. You know what I'm saying? Overlay, you know, the times or the spots that they say they were over an actual Google map or the place where they was, and she said it just wasn't lining up or whatever the case may be. Again, I'm not a professional at any of this. And what I want to do is I got the name of the young lady channel. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go watch and I'm gonna listen real closely to see what she did or to see what her method was, her methodology was, right? And I want to try to apply and do the same thing myself and go over and look up a few things and research a few things to see if even what she was doing could be, you know what I'm saying, a thing to do to try to understand what happened. So I'm going to do that my damn self, you know what I'm saying? Because again, when people do these now, what I won't do is the audio part. I wouldn't even touch the audio. And I'm going to tell people whether y'all like it or not, I necessarily don't believe that the only thing I really can make out for sure is I did hear shut the fuck up and what the fuck Bart, and I heard the oh my god part. Now the chest and Nolan and is he dead and all that extra shit that they say was in the background, I couldn't be even with the audio enhancements or whatever was done with the tapes, I can't be 1,000% sure that that's what was said, right? So I'm not going to even push the issue about that part of the tape. But again, like, what about the second half of the tape? If I'm on the phone with the tow company, how did my grandfather just get off the line with the captain? You got to think about this. She just said, I'm going to click you over with the captain. So before she clicked him over with the captain, why are you even having this long ass conversation with the captain? You give it this, hey, listen, we got some kids in the water. This is the boat. Da, 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 da. They said da 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 da. Pull up the bam. I'm finna try to look da da da. Do you have a way that I can find out da 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 da? All right, boom, we do that. All right, well, I'm finna transfer you over and let them talk. That shit never happened. The young man, I don't even think got a chance to talk to the captain because he said, I just got off the phone with the grandfather and they said that he don't need a tow. So again, even with that alibi, Cito wasn't the first person that they called. It couldn't have been the first person that they called. It absolutely wasn't the first person that they called. For the grandfather to mysteriously just know to call the captain about, and this is what I think a lot of people are missing too. And I don't know why a lot of people. So now, and now, even with this audio, so now we can we say that this audio is fucking real? The actual call and the call with the grandfather. Now, I'm not saying that the audio enhancements and what y'all thinking was said with the kids on the boat part. I'm talking about the captain and the grandfather part. That's what I want to know. The captain and the grandfather part. While the grandson is on the phone with Cito, my grandfather has just called the captain on a personal line because he's not on the line, or maybe they was, however he got in contact. Why are you saying don't go tell my goddamn grandson? Again, unless I had to call my granddad and say, Granddad, look, the boat, I'm trying to tell you how to because when the boat do this quite all, it's fucked up, this is what you do. And as I'm trying to tell you, you might have hung up with me quick because you panicking. And I'm figuring, okay, well, you finna call woo woo. I know such and such. Let me hit them up real quick. Hey, man, look, you probably gonna get a woo out the band on my grandson. They don't need no tow, man. Don't even worry about it. I just told them, you know what I'm saying, how to get up out of there. Or how to fix the problem. For me, again, Horn Island, I know it's alcohol and other illegal drug paraphernalia that's probably involved with this shit. And the child tell me that the boat sinking and then 31, my bag, 17, 31 feet of water. Man, listen. And then I asked him for the Coast Guard, and then you like, no, I don't need the Coast Guard. And then what's funny to me is the accent. Is there any peoples or is there live people on a like? What do you mean? Is it live people on a boat? If you talking to me, motherfucker, I'm alive. Like a lot. That whole process of questioning was just a little weird to me. I'm not gonna even lie. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you'd have said, "Is there anyone on the boat hurt?" You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Like how many? Like so, she did ask how many people on the boat. He said like 7. You could hear him in the background counting. They was like 6. Is there anybody on the boat hurt? Do you have did everybody have proper life jackets? Okay, look, put the life jackets on. I'm finna this woo woo. Okay, you don't want the lifeguard, Like it was just too much. Like, and again, a lot of times with them operators, even when you call 911 dispatch, and I know they like to get all thorough with the details and shit. So when they get there, of course you're still gonna expect, but at least they have certain details that can protect them and protect you as well. You feel me? So I do understand that process to a degree. But a lot of times, man, if we on the fucking water, bro, that's different. We on the fucking water. If I'm on the water, I'm in a boat and I'm sinking, bro. Send whoever. Again, I'ma say it again. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was a security guard, a low guard, a high guard, a right guard, or a left guard. Send me somebody to help me. And then my thing is this too. Why would you call Cito first? Out of all the motherfuckers on that island, and y'all know each other, and y'all got a bunch of friends on that island that got boats that work. Just like how Bart came and told y'all, why didn't y'all find somebody to do that first before you called Cito? That would have been my first option to try to receive some help from somebody that was there on the island before I called Cito. Because I know I'm going to get some help from somebody right there. It's too many motherfuckers out there to just leave y'all stranded. Ain't nobody just finna leave y'all stranded out there. That's real shit. Like, let's come on, y'all. Let's be for real, y'all. I wouldn't even fucking thought about calling Cito, bro. I'd have thought about asking somebody out there to help me before I call Cito. And if couldn't nobody help me out there, then maybe I would have probably, thought about calling Cito. What's going on? Okay, Hunter, God bless to you too, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Jen says public opinion ain't nothing but entertainment, freedom of speech. Remember, the investigators are the only ones that are acting straight deaf, mute, and blind to everything that's going on. And we can say that, Ms. Jen, but again, we can say that, but we can't say that because we don't know the actual people that's investigating the case of what's going on. We only saying that because we don't think it's being solved quick enough, or we don't think they are doing the proper things. But listen, the state of Mississippi, man, let's just say they doing things the way they do things. We gonna leave it like that. But I agree with you, Ms. Jen. If Nolan family wasn't putting so much pressure on the state, they would have been closed the case. And I don't think it's just them. There's a lot to unpack. Most definitely, Mel, there's a lot to unpack. Miss Jen, why? What she said why the authority hasn't even mentioned the technician who showed the real audio record. Why? Because she ain't lying. They're trying to sweep that important point under the rug. Now, again, listen. So what I would do if I was them, I wouldn't even use what she got, right? Because I'm pretty sure, guess what? They can do the same thing that she did, right? But again, even if they do that, right? And they come out and say, well, it absolutely don't say this. Guess what? The public gonna say, oh, y'all lied, this, that, and the third, and da-da-da. See, it'll be just too much. See what I'm saying? It's just too much. Too much. The usual process is when you make a rescue call. They ask how many souls, people, injuries, or death issues are mechanical. Yeah, but no, she said it did. Nah, but she was like, is there live people on the boat? Like, but yeah, but you got to know it's live people on the boat if I'm talking. But yeah, I guess because if you're making a phone call like that, they want to know who off the bounce. So again, like I say, I get all that, but it just still seemed kind of strange to me. But again, man, I don't know if he was at this party, killed at the party. I don't know if he was on his boat. Don't nobody know what happened, man. But it's just too much shit that's just inconsistent, man. Too many things that's inconsistent, Too many things that's inconsistent. And then when they got the body back and they found the red mark, so now we want to know what the first and again, the first autopsy was the original autopsy we'll never get a hold of, right? Because they're submitting it to the grand jury. Now, when the grand jury let it out, you know what I'm saying? And then I thought autopsies and things like that were supposed to be public. So if they submit it to a grand jury and they haven't made it public yet, maybe they know something, or maybe they don't want to uproar again because they know something to happen from the findings, or, you know what I'm saying, the evidence that they found in public. So I don't know if they given time to try to clear this up or try to write this off as something else. I don't know. But again, we just have to wait till all the evidence is submitted to the grand jury. So maybe within the next couple of weeks or so, when the biopsies and the toxicology reports come back, we'll know if he had any illegal drugs in the system or anything like that. So, because those things are important as well. And again, um, I haven't heard anyone says that he didn't drink or that he didn't party or whatever the case may be, when it comes to alcohol. And again, he's a football player, so I don't think any drugs or any toxicology, you know what I'm saying? I don't think any illegal drug. And again, we don't know, but I'm going to be in kind of believe that there were no illegal substances in the system or anything like that. You feel what I'm saying? I don't think, me personally, and I could be wrong. But again, we waiting on this toxicology report, but we still ain't gonna know what that's gonna reveal because they handing everything over to a grand jury. And once they get all this information to the grand jury is going to decide whether this investigation is continued or whether somebody can be charged. And that's a hell of a way to do this case. So even if, man, that's just bullshit. And then where's the subpoena? Why aren't they trying to subpoena the children's phone? We need all these kids' phones. Everybody, listen, everybody that he was in contact with on that day, the day of, or while he was on that island, bro, we need to subpoena their phones. We need to get into their phones. You know what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of people don't know this shit, man. When y'all thinking y'all deleting some shit out y'all phone, bro, I'm gonna give y'all a situation, man. I got a guy, man. He was married, man. He was doing some shit he wasn't supposed to be doing. So he didn't directly text shit in his phone. So he thought he was gonna do the speech to text shit, right? So a motherfucker wouldn't find no evidence or whatever the case may be. So the story that was told is that his son actually went into, you know what I'm saying, woo out the bam and found some shit and da 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 da. Now I ain't gonna now kids do know how to work these, but nah, man, come on, man. The wife actually went in and found some shit and found the way and and found all the voice messages when he thought, man, I know a motherfucker find these texts. No, your phone, Google, and everything, they said they even save your voice messages. So when you think you being slick by not texting and trying to do some voice message shit, hey man, it's a way to go into the phone and find out and pull all that information up, even if you thought you deleted the shit. So now we're talking about IT specialists and blueprint, digital blueprints and things of that nature, man. Subpoena these kids' phone, because if they did have help and they wasn't that bright with doing this shit, I guarantee you that on somebody's phone, they text something, they said something to each other. There's no way in hell that you can't get these kids' phones. Man, come on, man. Listen, I just think, man, it's a lot that they could have been doing to help this shit around. This has been a lot. They said it's kind of like when you call rescue, no matter what the issue is, the police is showing up as well. So in that case, the damn Coast Guard would have had you. Okay. See, well, I don't know because I don't be on the water in boats, so I don't know if you call a tow people. So I don't know how that go. You know what I'm saying? Only my boating people know, so I don't know. So I because I ain't never been in a situation on the water where I had to call a tow and the police come as well, the Coast Guard come as well. So Miss Jen, I know you're from an island and you're in Miami and shit like that, and you be on boats. And I know you came up here and said what you said. And most definitely I believe you because I mean shit, I know you. And I don't think you lying to me about being on a boat and how the boat work and where the bills pumping shit at. You know what I'm saying? And you're not a professional. You've been on boats. So I most definitely believe everything that you're saying. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Without a shadow of a motherfucking doubt. So, and that's what's crazy is because even though we're not boating professionals or whatever the fuck the case may be, we have done a lot of the things. Well, not me personally, but we have people out here that has done a lot of the things that like it's people out here that know what Bill Pump. It's people that like, that's what I'm saying. They just think everybody fucking slow. Yeah. So Mel. So yes. So the autopsy is finally supposedly the original autopsy. I did see somewhere where the original autopsy is finally here or some shit like that. So of course, the family can get to see it tomorrow, but we gonna see how, you know what I'm saying, how that work out. So yeah, but I did hear that they was supposed to meet tomorrow for the first. I ain't gonna say the for the first autopsy reveal, not the one that they got. So yes, tomorrow is supposed to be, but we'll see how true that is and what they come out with about that, man. But again, man, tragic case. RIP to Nolan Wells, and condolences to his family. RIP to the young lady that was hung also in Mississippi, and condolences to her family. Man, it's just, man, we got to do better, man. We got to fucking do better, man. We got to fucking do better, man. And it's crazy, bro, because I don't want to sit here and say, man, stay watch who the fuck you around and stay away from certain people. You shouldn't have to tell people that, man. Like, like, come on, man. And if y'all was like that and y'all didn't like the brother, like, why do y'all even let him come with y'all? Like, for real shit, bro. If I'm gonna be racist and not like people, bro, I'm gonna stay the fuck away from you, bro. I'm not gonna even put myself in a situation where I even have to fucking deal with you. Because I know I don't like you. Which is gonna make me in turn do something to a motherfucker that I don't like. Not saying that it's right for me to do something, but if I don't fuck with you, I'm just gonna stay away from you. And if I gotta cross paths with you, you're gonna know that I don't like you, but it ain't gonna be to a situation where I gotta do some physical harm with you. This is just crazy. What's going on, Miss Jen? You hit the panel, you got something to say?
Yeah, I heard you saying that you believe me. Yes, you better believe me. I don't lie. I know I talk a lot, but never bullshit. But the reason that I told you that about the votes, it's because even though I don't know nothing about votes and stuff like that, by my experiences, I've seen it. People try not to. I mean, like if you, for example, in that case, a whole bunch of kids and all of that, somebody with the license, like to drive the, I mean, to ride the boat and all of that, had to be there. You feel me? And if you're 18, I mean, unless some one of them got the license like recently, all of the people you have to have like the right amount of like the jackets. There's a whole bunch of stuff that a boat required for a whole bunch of people to be there. So if you're gonna call the tow company, yes, they have to let the Coast Guard know, especially on a day like that, on a holiday. There's a whole lot of people and drinking and all that. Trust me, the police, like the ocean police, whatever, the Coast Guard, they would have been all over that place because they worse. That's one of the things that I noticed every time that I would go with my friends and stuff like that. The Coast Guard, they're worse than the cops on the street, like 10 times worse. Like they're more like they're more on top of the people and all of that. They usually be, because you're not supposed to have bottles. You're not supposed to. There's a whole bunch of rules and
But see, you can't say that neither, because like I just looked up something like here in Illinois, you can be 18 and drive a boat, so you don't have to be.
That's what I'm saying. Unless one of them, had gotten the license recently or whatever.
Listen, Ms. Jen, that so what you're saying really don't make no sense, because they grew up on this fucking water all their life. I guarantee you, each and every person that was out there, I ain't gonna say each and every, but I guarantee you the majority of them had a license to drive a boat.
Exactly. So you're gonna call the Coast Guard because at the end of the day, it was only the plug that you were supposed to put. Like, if you know when you grew up around the, trust me, someone is gonna know what to do. Like it was, to me, I feel like it's too much of a stupid excuse. That's why I said from the get-go that. And at the end, the CETO never made it there. So they called to make it. I feel like it's an alibi, because they called to say that, oh, we're singing blah blah, but then at the end, what? There had to be another call to say, no, never mind, don't come, because they never made it there. The CETO never got there.
Yeah, see, and that's another thing, because when he was on the phone and she said she was going to transfer over to the captain, so they never made it there because, again, the grandfather told them that they didn't need a tow. That's why they probably never made it there, because after he got off the phone with the grandfather, so once and we never heard the dispatcher actually transfer the call from a call from Warren to the captain. So we don't know what was said between them two or if the call was transferred over. We only get, you know what I'm saying, what we get when we hear the captain talking about that he literally just got off the phone with the grandfather and they talked a little bit about how to look up, you know what I'm saying, the membership. And she said, okay, I want to transfer you over. So we never heard the conversation with Warren and the captain, or even if that took place. But after the grandfather said, don't go to him, I'm pretty sure. See, but again, that's why I said, why the fuck did they even call Cito anyway? If they on a fucking island and everybody in that fucking community know each other, my first thing wouldn't have been called no Cito. My first thing would have been to ask a motherfucker who was around to help me anyway. If it was thousands of people out there and it was all them damn boats out there, you mean to tell me if your boat was sinking, you mean to tell me that y'all was just that? Come on, man, y'all fucking 18, bro, and y'all friends with everybody down there that's out there on that island. You mean to tell me you can ask a motherfucker to help you with your boat, or can y'all tow my boat back to the shore, or can y'all help me get my boat somewhere safe before I even have to fucking think about calling Cito? Now,
Plus,
because if we
nobody wants to go through that struggle.
you missing what I'm saying. It ain't about a
I
fucking
know, I
struggle.
understand. I agree totally. That's why
Yeah.
I thought from the beginning that it was an alibi. Because if you have your grandfather knows about boats and you have the other part that it's on another boat that he also knows, and all of y'all knows about boat, that's gonna be the last reason. That's gonna be the last thought in your mind. Because somebody, apart from the fact that you're surrounded by boats, somebody's gonna help you.
Yeah. So I know. I mean, I looked that up. So yeah, some states you do have to have. So it's just like a class you take. It's not really a license. So I even looked it up for Mississippi. So when I originally looked it up, I don't know. I keep forgetting that each state is different, right? So when I looked it up, it gave me shit for Illinois because it's in my phone. But yes, an 18-year-old can legally drive a boat in Mississippi. However, if you're born after June 30th, 1980, you're legally required to complete the approved boater's education course, like you talking about, Mel, and carry your boater's education certificate on board while operating a motorized vehicle. So you have to have, just like if you're driving a car, you got to have your license in your pocket. So operating rule 18, no adult supervision is needed. Unlike young teens, an 18-year-old can operate a boat or personal watercraft, a jet ski completely alone. Education requirement: you must check your You must check your birth date. Anyone born after June 30th, 1980 needs an official safety certificate. Document: you must carry your certificate card physically on the boat with you at all times. Safety and compliance: ensure you have proper U.S. Coast Guard approved life jackets, PFDs, for every person on board. Sobriety: operating a boat under the influence of alcohol or drugs is strictly illegal and heavily penalized. It says, do you already have? Okay, no, they're just telling you where to go get. Excuse me, how to obtain or where to go get. You know what I'm saying? Your voter registration.
You feel me? So on a holiday like that, in my house, they were gonna be like the Coast Guard. They wouldn't be like all around there's a whole bunch of younging, drinking, all of that, and they know that what they're about. And you're
Yeah,
not
but
supposed to do it.
Mississippi, they say, goddamn it, as long as you got a 21-year-old with you, operators under 12 may operate a motorized vessel only when accompanied or on board by a person who is at least 21 years old. God damn, that's a lot of freedom. You mean to tell me I can be 12 years old and if my big brother 21, goddamn it, I could just drive this? But see, that shit, no. Because I ain't let no 12-year-old drive no motherfucker. I'm just saying, bro, like, no. Because even with a car, you got to be at least 16 with a person that's over 20. Or you got to have a person with a license in the car with you, even at 16. So you mean to tell me you can be 12 on the water driving a fucking boat as long as that's insane.
Yeah, but at 16, when you get like your learner's permit or whatever,
that's what a
you can
car,
drive.
yeah.
You can drive till a certain time of the day
Yeah,
by
we know
yourself.
that. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about they said
Imagine in the ocean is the same, which is even
no,
worse.
it's not the same. Miss Jen, did you just not hear what I read? Operators under 12 may operate a motorized vehicle when accompanied on board by a person at least 21. So, goddamn it, you can be 12 years old and under and operate a goddamn boat on the water as long as somebody is 21. That's crazy.
That is
You be fucking 9, 10, 11, 12 years old driving a boat as long as you're 21. That ain't say 16. That said under 12. But again, that's state to state. I don't know if that's the same here in Illinois, but in Mississippi, as I'm looking at the law right now. Minimum age. What did it say? Minimum age. Yeah. What is the minimum age to get a Mississippi boating license? I'm looking at all this shit right now. It ain't. That's the car. That's 16 for a car, not for a boat.
It's ridiculous. It's fucking crazy. Because a 16-year-old driving is as crazy as a 12-year-old,
Driving a boat. Well, no,
Yeah.
at 16. Well, no, because you take driver's ed as a sophomore, so you're about 16, and women are legal at the age of 18, and men are legal at the age of 21, and a lot of people have their license by the time that they're 17 and 18. So that I'm not gonna say that's insane, but a 12-year-old driving a boat, why isn't the age at least 16? Like this shit saying a person under 12 years of
I don't
age.
think that not even at 16, you don't have the mentality, to
Yeah,
be
but
responsible enough.
that's not true. That's not true. At 16, you get a permit, so you have to be in a car with a person of 21 years of age if you're driving. By 17, 18, again, women are legally grown at 18, so like y'all can drive at 18. Like stop it. Like no, 16 is I think is a proper age to learn how to drive a car, Miss Jen.
Yeah, but not let the kids like go on. Yeah, you can go to school, but hell no, I feel bad for my
Yeah,
boys.
but you
That's
can't
so
drive,
hard.
but you can't legally drive by yourself at 16, Miss Jen.
Yeah, according to the law. But I'm saying that I don't think that should be right because I
So
mean,
at
can
what
you
age?
imagine a
Let me
15-year-old
ask
being
you.
responsible,
So let me ask. So at what age do you think people should be learning how to drive? Then
No, learning you can teach them since young. The more the younger they start learning, the better they'll be.
you just said you don't think at 16.
I wouldn't no my at least my boys. I mean,
So
yeah,
again,
I would teach them how to back up the car, how to park, and all of that.
hold on, Miss Jen, hold on. So again, at what age do you think a child should be learning how to drive?
Learning, as soon as your feet reach the pedal, yeah, you can start learning and stuff. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna be able to drive around by yourself and all of that.
We Miss Jen, you putting too much together. We ain't say nothing about you driving on your own. I said, at what age do you think that a child should be learning how to drive? Of course, we know you can't drive by yourself at 16. The law says you have to have a person in the car with a driver's license, but you're saying that you think that's
Even with
crazy.
the
But what I'm
learning
telling
permit,
you, yeah, so that's why I'm asking, at what age do you think that a child should be learning how to drive? You say, well, shit, as soon as your feet can touch the pedal, but then you're saying
yeah.
at the same time, you think it's crazy. Like you got to make up
No,
your
no,
mind.
learning, yeah. If you're teaching them, like, like I'll teach my kids how to cook and stuff like that, that doesn't mean that they're gonna make the dinner and stuff, like teaching them to for them to learn stuff. But the permit, like being able to go and get the license, I don't think it should be at 16 or anything like that. Because there are 16 and 17-year-olds that they drive to school.
You can only get a permit. You don't get a license at least up here you can't get a license at 16. Now I
But
do know
with the learner's permit, you can drive on your own till 6 in the afternoon or something like that.
it depends on what state you're in. Because I do know down south you can you see look right here, see, like Mel just said, Oklahoma you can get a learner's permit at 16 and motorcycle license for a 122c, well 125cc. That's just the power of the motor on the bike. You got 125 and you got 500cc. Yeah, you got your 900s. That's just the. But anyway, we ain't gonna get into all that. And under at 14. So like he said, even see here you can't be 14, but like he said in Oklahoma you can be 14. So by the time you 16, guess what? You got a license.
Yes, I know.
Certain states down south, you can be that old and even purchase a fucking gun. That's not everywhere. Again, it's state regulation. Depends on what state you at. You know what I'm saying? Depends on what state you at. See, but
Here in Florida, it's the same way. At 16, you can get the permit. But me personally, I couldn't. Like my family will be like, don't even think about it. Like That's a class.
But that's personal. We talking about what the law is. We ain't talking about how you feel or how somebody feel. That ain't got nothing to do with it. We talking
I know, but like imagine even if my parents didn't teach me how to drive or anything like that, they were terrified. But still, I have friends that had cars, and I learned how to drive with them. I could have gone and take there's a class. This is a class in the school that you can get your learner's permit through the school, whether your parents allow you or not.
Yeah, they because it's part of the curriculum once you get in school. So yeah, they give you driver's education.
This is America.
That's part of the school curriculum, driver's education. Well, at least here in Illinois, when you turn 16, you can get your permit. After about 18, you can go apply for a license or something like that. You hear me? But
So
yeah,
that's why I
man.
believe that for the ocean, it's even like what I notice every time I'll be a nurse, I'll be like, damn, they're even more strict than the cops on the street. Like they're on top of people even more because of this type of, like imagine if you can drive a boat at 12, 14.
Yeah, but even within that, that's some bullshit too. Not saying that what you're saying is wrong, but I'm saying that's some bullshit too, because you got to think about it. Even on the streets, it ain't enough police to handle a lot of the shit that's going on. So if it was that many motherfucking boats on that island, yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't enough proper authorities out there, and it's never going to be enough, right? For them to be out there policing every inch of the damn island and to know everything and to see everything that's going on. Now I get you, yeah, you like on an event like that. See, and that's another thing. And that's another thing. So when an event like that, you would think, and I didn't see any Coast Guard, but like why wasn't any boats or emergency boats in the water or around on Horn Island, or do we know if there were any emergency boats or Coast Guard people around or on that island on that day or around that day? Because it should have been with all them people on that island. You never know who boat could have stalled or who might need help, and we know people are going to be drinking and shit like that. So I don't even think I don't even think they was there. Again, this
That's
is a
what that
small
lady.
You say
I'm
what?
sorry. The
No,
lady
what
Nancy on that video that you yesterday, she was saying that like why the few pictures and video that social media getting and all that is from outsiders. It's from people that were there. Now one video or picture from the Coast Guard. They have like that camera, same way that the cops have the camera, the body cam. The Coast Guard boats, they have it on top, and it's like a big recording all around. I think you call it panoramic picture that you can record like around like that. That's at all times when the boat is on. So it should be at least recordings of the whole view from the island. So that means that there was no Coast Guard there. Like nobody has not one picture, nothing. Even if it's not about from the boat where Nolan was at, but the rest of the island, the rest of the event.
And honestly, on that day, like that's a big day, and they know people do that. So just like when any event is going on downtown, it's heavy police presence, like concerts, football games, shit like that, or when it's gatherings, there's heavy police presence, right? So I would figure it would be the same, like here in Chicago, even when like when I'm at work and I can look out my window and I see all the boats in the water, you know what I'm saying, during the summertime. It's always police out there. Always.
Yes.
Well, here from what I seen, and again, like I say, I work literally in the shed of when I look out when I look out the building, I can see everybody on the water, everybody in boats. I see the police. I literally see every fucking thing because we literally right here by the water. Literally, the football stadium, Soldier Field, it's literally behind the fucking water. You feel me? Where the water is behind the stadium. So, like, but I'm just saying, I see a lot of police presence here. Again, I don't know how Mississippi is set up, Gulf Springs, and what go on out there. You know what I'm saying, with the presence, like you say, with the Coast Guard that's supposed to be in the water. But like I say, I doubt if they got the manpower to have even.
I'm pretty sure it's the same way. That's why they're so quiet. The same way that the Nolan family, they were quiet. They didn't pay attention to the media or anything. They were straight to the searches and they did what they had to do. Right? I think that's the same reason why they got so quiet. Like they're not saying anything because if you speak, you have to come up with like with the truth. And those kids, the one that were doing all the interview and all of that, now that they were talking so much that they put the rope in their own neck, kind of. Because now they comparing everything they said with the facts that people are presenting and showing up, and now they don't have nothing to say. Now there's no more interviews. There's nothing, and even if they think there's legally adults, when something big happens like that, as a parent, you're gonna back up your kid. Like you're gonna be there with your son and all of that. None of them were there with the kid. None of them were backing up the story. Nothing.
Well, you got to understand this in the police investigation. By them being 18, the parents really ain't got shit to do. If the police want to lock them up, about the parents being there and shit like that, but shit, they can't be there when the police lock them up. So it don't. For me, that don't even make a difference. I feel what you say. I understand what you're saying. But for me, that don't even make a difference because shit, once the police put their ass in handcuffs, shit, they ain't got nothing to do with their parents because at 18, God damn it, they can put you in handcuffs regardless. They ain't got to talk to your parents and none of that shit. You feel me? So I feel you like the parents ain't there, but they 18. So, you know what I'm saying? They consider shit grown for real. You know what I'm saying? So it's like shit. What the fuck is I get it. I get what you're saying, but yeah, that ain't how it's set up. That ain't how it's set up.
I wish somebody would talk to that dude. This is the one that said that he used to be a detective or whatever. The one that was doing the interview to the other white kid. And he was basically trying to convince everybody that they didn't do nothing, they're not guilty. You remember the black dude that he was doing that interview? He used to be a cop or whatever. He was defending them. You don't remember? You posted that. You put that video. He went to the beach and he started saying, "Oh, I'm sorry that I put my glasses on. I never do it." That one. He should be interviewed now. But he was like fighting hard towards the fact that no, this is what happened. This is what happened. But now everything that he was defending it contradicts the proof that people be going on. And that lady, the audio technician that came up with the real audio. Why? If they putting people in jail from saying the owner for making those allegations, why they haven't gone after her? Because if it's not true, she came up with with an actual recording of something that it was meant to be deleted. I think that's the public opinion. The only thing that does is entertain the bullshit and derail the attention of the real what really matters in this case.
Yeah, some of it, but for the most part, I think just the public opinion is just keeping it going. You feel me? And again, I like the fact that the public opinion is keeping this case going. So hopefully they'll keep digging and they won't just throw it up under the rug. You know what I'm saying?
The public opinion is the only one that are bringing facts.
But again, but we can't. So I feel you about the fact part, but we can't say that neither because just like they don't know what happens, the fucking police don't know what happens. So a lot of these so-called speculations, I mean, like I said earlier, man, you got to speculate. That's the only way you're gonna try to. And again, we go through the process of elimination. We come up with all different types of scenarios, and then we logically go through a process of elimination.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people that have some type of recognition, in the social media world, like the Nancy lady or the guy that you put yesterday. People that have some type of that have some type of fame in the internet. Like they actually bringing out real fact, like important things.
Well, Nancy used to be a prosecutor. So Nancy Grace used to be a prosecutor. So
but she know what she's talking about.
Yeah, and again, I'm shocked that she's even, because usually, but even now, Nancy saying something wrong, And again, people say, "Oh man, it's just the guilt," or whatever the case may be. Could be, but Nancy usually don't do shit like this, so I don't think it's. Yeah, I think Nancy really believes something happened.
Yeah, how come Bart's lawyer is not going after her or whatever? He was so mad about the TikToker girl, whatever, saying something. So how come they're not showing up their faces now? Every time somebody comes out with something serious, like something that makes sense, that could have been possible, it doesn't get acknowledged. It's like they want people not to mind it, like to forget it or some shit. Every time they try to rock something, like switch something on the rock, that's when I get my mind like, okay, that is true. That's definitely true. They keep on mentioning that Katie. Every time she speaks, why is there no recording of that? Why they don't, why they don't bring out the real stuff that she said?
Because it wasn't recorded. She spoke to her sister. Her sister actually made the statement. So she spoke to her sister, and the sister came out and made the statement for her, right? Or whatever the case may be. And also, Katie doesn't have a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Katie didn't get a lawyer. Now, because now, if you want to say, well, maybe Katie has something to do with it, she
No,
didn't
I
get.
don't think so.
No. I'm not talking about you. Jesus Christ. I'm talking about people. People saying, if you're trying to place her with it or whatever, she hasn't lawyered up or whatever the case may be. She said what she said. But again, why don't we have an interview with her?
Exactly.
But see, but again,
Anybody that has something real to say, they don't pay attention to it.
But she doesn't have to give an interview. Like she made a statement and she gave a statement, so she don't have to actually come out with an interview. Now she can come out with another statement and clarify, as far as about where was her and Nolan when Nolan told her that he was going back to the boat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because now they trying to say she said she didn't see him directly go. Like, see, that just a lot of bullshit. So that's why I really would love for her to come out and just speak. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not in an interview type form but just make a statement, a real thorough statement. So you know what I'm saying? But the only way we gonna see it as the truth is if it's I ain't gonna even say see it as the truth. But the only way we gonna believe that it's hers if it's coming out in an interview and we see her getting interviewed and we see it coming out of her mouth. But again, that still don't mean it's true. But
Well, that lady yesterday from the video that you were playing yesterday, she said that she was that she had sent the mom a picture, like she was communicating directly to Nolan's mom. So I'm guessing that whoever is building the case on Nolan family behalf is using all of that as part of proof and stuff like that. That's why they quiet and stuff like that. Because when you are being part of an investigation, you shouldn't be talking. You shouldn't be making allegations or anything.
That's true.
But the other kids, whatever they did, that they didn't do like a lying detector text or whatever. They did whatever they had to do, and that's it. They let them go. So that's why they were so eager to. And if you're not guilty of anything, why your first thought is to go get a lawyer? It's if you watch both all of the interview with the white kids, they were the first one. I mean, let me not say the white kids, the friends from the boat. They were the first one that were saying stuff, like giving their opinion and all of that. After that, everybody started like coming up with the stuff. If you compare whatever they say to whatever is going on now, you see the difference. Like they from the get go, they're acting defensive. Like over covering up their faces and stuff like that, and bringing names up. And even that Bart guy, the lawyer, started like training with Sue, whoever was talking shit and all of that. But as soon as they started bringing up facts, that's it. Quiet. Everybody's silent. Nobody has nothing else to say. Because now it's serious. It's serious now. Now they type the family subpoena is when you don't agree with whatever they say and you want to reopen the case. That's what it is. What subpoena means?
Subpoena means they A subpoena ain't nothing but a letter to get you to come to court to speak or whatever the fuck case may be about certain things. You know what I'm saying? Say if you don't want to say nothing, you can they could subpoena you to court and you know what I'm saying, make you, swear. But that don't mean you telling the truth. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Just because
Give it a little bit more into certain aspects. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So meaning that they were ready to that's it. To let it go and whatever.
Good, man. This is a strange case. Well, I ain't gonna say strange case, man, because again, we know something happened. We know he didn't come back. It's just about the details now, man. So hopefully, again, they get these details correct.
I'm glad the parents are not giving up. They're not, like whatever the state tell them, they go home to cry. No, I'm so glad that they strong on that. The more they put pressure, the more possibility they get to get to the truth. Because if they stay quiet and don't say anything, they're just gonna keep on doing whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yeah, the only person that's gonna fight for you is you, man.
Right. Let's see. No.
Yeah, you got to hit the link, Mr. Long Meat. Hit the link. Hit the link. I'll let you come up and say something, man. Just don't be too, because as soon as you do, I'm gonna get rid of you, man. But hit the link. You come up. I'll say something before we get up out of here.
If I gotta say
link.
something,
what?
Would you say that's for me to say something before I get out of
I
here?
wasn't, Miss Jen. I wasn't even talking to you.
Oh, because I said that I'm leaving.
Ain't nobody say nothing about you leaving, Miss Jen.
Me, I said it.
Oh, you said you finna leave?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have a facial mask. I have to take it off.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Jen.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, Mr. L, if you want to come up, hit the link, Mr. L. If you want to come up, hit the link. If you want to come up and say something, hit the link, Mr. L. Hit the link before we get up out of here, Mr. Definitely. Hey, man, big shout out to Miss Jen, man. Coming up here, you know what I'm saying, speaking. Hey, man, anybody can hit the link too, man. You know, there's an open discussion, man. Listen, if you want to come up here and disagree, you feel me? And you know, with anything that's been said or whatever the case may be, or how you got your own opinions, you formulated your own. I don't mind you coming up here speaking, you feel me? Even if you're for the boys and you think this is crazy, I don't mind you coming up here. Just don't get too, you know what I'm saying, indignant with it, because, I still do reserve the rights. And be cool too, man. If I let you come up, be cool, man. We ain't got to go into all that extra shit, man. Like, again, if you don't, you know what I'm saying, rock what's being done or what's being said, just speak on that and leave it at that. We ain't got to get into nothing extra or do nothing extra, man. We can just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Again, I do encourage people to hit the panel and come up and talk. Anytime we doing these things, man, if it don't matter the content, man, or any conversation or discussion we having, man. Again, this is an open platform, open forum. So if anybody wants to come up and give their opinion, or speak on the subject that we're talking about, or if you got something that you need or that you want to push to the forefront, most definitely, we encourage and we allow people to come up and speak. You know what I'm saying? Everyone has a voice. I try not to discriminate. I try to be fair. I try to see things and look at things from both ends of the spectrum, or all ends of the spectrum, before I formulate an opinion or make or come to a logical conclusion. You feel me? Even within this Nolan Well case, again, like I always say, I'm not putting anything on those boys that are supposedly I'm not putting anything on them boys that were supposedly his friends or Bart or the Katie young lady. Again, I'm not part of the investigative team. I'm sorry. And again, I'm not a medical professional, or neither am I a boating professional. But again, I do see inconsistencies, and there's a lot of things that I say that just ain't, you know what I'm saying, ain't the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like button, chat, man. Hit that like button as y'all come in. Welcome, 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 welcome. Appreciate everybody for being in the building today.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Like he said, you feel me? Hit that like button. Also, man, you know, hit one of the memberships, man. Also, man, tell that, man, somebody hit the super chat. I think my super chat broke, man. Goddamn, can I get a jewel or something? Hit that super chat, man. We gotta get on these super chats, man. We gotta start supporting each other around here, man. Hit that super chat, man. And also, listen, also audience. People, I love when you guys give things as well. I'm an open channel. If you guys got topics or if you guys have anything you know that's out there or anything in your particular state or something that you want to highlight or whatever, man, I do take suggestions. I'm not opposed to you know, well, I want to say exposure, but I'm not exposed to covering or diving off into other things as well. So if you guys have certain things that, you know what I'm saying, you might want to show, or you might, again, like something you think that ain't being talked about, man, send it to me, man. Send it to the email, put it in the chat. You feel me? If you put it in the chat the next day, you feel me? Or whenever I can get to it, you know what I'm saying? I'll do a little research, I'll look it up or whatever the case may be, and we can pull up some videos and we can talk about it and we can put it out there. So again, man, don't be shy. Don't hesitate, man. Listen, this is called Bearded Conversation. So, man, again, if you guys have things that you think let me know. We'll get on top of it. Most definitely, we will get on top of it. Or try to bring it to the people in the best way possible. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Y'all grab one of the memberships, man. Become a member to the channel. We're trying to bring some new things over here to the channel. We're trying to put together a comedy show for people who like comedy, things of that nature, man. We also got some ideas coming along for the music and stuff like that as well that we're going to bring here, you know what I'm saying, soon. Well, I ain't going to say soon, but we're going to bring soon enough coming to the channel. So we just don't do reportings or we just don't talk about Nolan Wells every day. It's popular, of course, so you know what I'm saying, as a content, or I don't even consider myself as a content creator, but as a YouTuber / fellow content creator, you know, we try to stick to what's popular and we try to, you know what I'm saying. And again, you know, I enjoyed, big shout out to Miss Lakeisha, man, the young lady who video that I played earlier with her talking about it, you know what I'm saying. You know, certain people have their own way of reporting and doing what they do. You know, so I respect that. You know, but again, like I say, a lot of times, man, I see as I'm watching more content creators do things on the Nolan Wells, I see where people getting, oh man, this public opinion, or oh man, people just saying this, that, and the third. You know, then I have watched a lot of people just dig into that audio engineer lady. I don't think that was right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think that was right. Because again, if you guys hadn't if you guys hadn't done the process for yourself or put that audio through the proper technology to, you know what I'm saying, try to clear it up and hear things better yourself, you can't necessarily say that, you know what I'm saying, what she did was wrong. And then even with the guy who I seen trying to debunk what she did. Okay, so if you're debunking what she did and you're trying to say, oh man, she just talking like that, why? This is my thing. Well, why don't you take the audio and you do what she said that she done, or do what you think need to be done without all the shit that she was talking about, and let's see if you can clear the audio up so that we can hear it better, or see what you come out with. You know what I'm saying? You know, see, and that's what I be talking about. So when we see these people that go against a lot of these people that's creating shit, again, like I say, I do understand, because a lot of times, a lot of the shit that they say is crazy, you know, and you know, and they taking sides, you know. So I don't want to take a side. I just don't want to take a side because, you know, Mississippi is a racist place, right? I don't necessarily want to take a side because that young man was hung in Mississippi, or this young lady was hung in Mississippi, and we know the history of Mississippi, right? Because everybody's not. Come on, like we know that, right? So there's nothing wrong with the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? But again, me personally, I'm not taking any sides until I know for a fact, or till something comes out, you know what I'm saying, that can definitively point me in the right direction. Because again, there's too many inconsistencies with this Nolan Wells case, you know, and it needs to be solved. It needs to be solved immediately. It needs to be solved immediately. But yeah, man, y'all hit that like button, man. Run that like button up for your boy, man. Share me out. Listen, if you new to the channel and you ain't subbed up already, sub up to the channel. And again, man, we take all ideas about subjects and things that we need to talk about. Listen, we do politics, we do religion, we do theology, we do any and everything. I want to get into later, maybe next week, into this case with the oh my God, what's her name? Not Nancy. The lady that back in 2023, she unalived her children, 3, 5, and 8, I believe. I don't know if she strangled or shot them or something like that, but she supposedly killed their kids. It's shit is crazy, man. This world is fucking crazy. No. You ain't no. You ain't gotta subpoena me for no emails. Them emails you be sending, Miss Jen. Some of that shit is just crazy. I don't even know how you look at that shit. A lot of that shit you be sending me, Miss Jen, is just like ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest with you. Especially that one video where they were showing Nolan getting beat up. I was just like, wow. This is crazy. But yeah, so man, young lady came out saying that she seen what happened. I don't know what the investigators are gonna do with that. I don't know if it's true. But again, yeah, let's get to the bottom of this Nolan Well case. Next week I will be coming to y'all about the case with the young lady in 2023. They killed 3 of her kids. We're gonna get into that. I think Nancy is covering that in a few criminal spots. I think that's going on a lot lately. She's already in court, and they're going over the things in court for that. So I want to get into that, and also, man, excuse me, I want to keep you guys up to date and current with the crew situation. I got to go back and see if he actually died from the gunshot wounds. I don't know if he died or whatever. So, matter of fact, I think he did die. So, and the family is and people have been protesting, and in Wisconsin, and they demanding answers for that, and that's been going in the uproar. So, not only Nolan, man, we're gonna bring y'all other cases and other things that's happening around the world. So just stay in tune, man. You never know what you're gonna get. You feel me? So yeah. So the Carmelo Anthony case, so are they saying that his case wasn't even tried in the right county, so to speak? So they trying to say they either need to let him out, or what what I'm saying, they trying to get him out and get this case tried the right way. So I have heard that the appeal is going to a new judge. Thank you for that too. So I got to do a little bit. Let me see. Hold on. See here. Let's see here. Okay. So new judge assigned to Carmelo Anthony case as handshake deal between prosecutors and Anthony's old legal team comes to light. What? So the deal between Anthony's prior legal team and prosecutors limited the team to a 10-minute decision to decide if he wanted to testify in his trial, plus character details about the Metcalf's prior allegations of racism and bullying being left out of the trial. In the weeks following Carmelo's Anthony trial and sentencing, not only has a new legal team stepped up to represent him, but more information about his original trial is being revealed. According to Lee Merritt, a new post-trial judge has been named to preside over the proceedings, and senior judge Sid L. Harley. Harley will hear the motion to rescue to recuse. I'm sorry, not rescue. Harley will hear the motion to recuse the original trial judge, John Roach, and discuss how post-trial proceedings should proceed. It says as Anthony legal team moves to have Roach recused, new court documents related to the trial have been revealed, showing that Anthony's legal team had only 10 minutes to decide whether he should take the stand in his defense after prosecutors walked back a handshake deal with his original lawyer, Mike Howard. The deal, per court documents, have limited the scope of the trial of events of April 2nd and excluded character statements regarding Austin Metcalf and his twin brother and prior accusations of racism and bullying from the two teens. Additionally, the jury did not hear about Anthony's disciplinary record at school or learn the contents of Anthony's cell phone records due to the deal, which the defense heavily relied upon during the trial, according to AS. Ultimately, Mr. Anthony chose not to testify, Howard wrote. This 180-degree change in the defense strategy was a direct consequence of the breach of agreement. In a motion filed earlier this month, Anthony's new legal team argued that his Sixth Amendment rights were violated during the trial, a notion that the Collin District Attorney's Office has denied. The entire prosecution team conducted this trial ethically and in full compliance with the court rulings, the DA office wrote in a statement to local outlet Fox 4. We remain confident in the verdict and the fairness of the proceedings. Now, I don't think the proceedings or the verdict was fair at fucking all. So Anthony was found guilty of murder in June stabbing of Metcalf in April 2025. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Now, what I will say, yes, he did. So I'm not calling the man, the young boy, a murderer, right? I'm not going to blatantly just come out and say he's a murderer, but he did unalive the young man, so it was kind of wild. I do think he should have did some jail time, regardless of the fact if they was fucking with him, because like I say, man, you can fight. If you can't fight, get the fuck up out of there, run in that type of situation, right? So that's, but again, you know, it is what it is, man. You know, then to come find out about other cases in Texas, you know what I'm saying? That was similar to his case, and they was manslaughter or what was it, manslaughter? The charges got dropped to manslaughter or accidental death or some shit like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, but that's what's going on with the Carmelo Anthony case. New judge. They try to recuse the other judge. So when they put this motion forward, they didn't say in this article what the motion would be about. I don't know if it's going to be about his civil rights or something, whatever the case may be, but we'll stay on top of that as well. Because Carmelo Anthony seemed to fail to the background when this Nolan Wells case came up. I'm not going to even lie. But yeah, appreciate that, Ms. Yen. We're going to try to stay on top of everything. So when something new breaks or develop in that case, I will be bringing that to you guys as well. Listen, y'all, man, we've been on here long enough. It's about that time to go ahead and get up out of here. I just want to say, man, big ups to all my Kick, my Twitch, my Facebook people for supporting me. Big shout out to all my YouTube followers, fans, and subscribers. Don't forget to like, comment, and thumb up the video, man, and share me out. Big shout out to all my kings and goddesses that's moderators on the channel, man. I appreciate y'all. Man, without y'all, like I say, man, it wouldn't be no bearded conversation. Big shout out to Fambo, man, my panel security, my brother Two Wheels, and Miss Jim for in the panel with us tonight. Big shout out to everybody that was in the chat. And again, man, if you're new to the channel and you come over here, man, we try to treat each other like family. I don't give a fuck what color you are. White, yellow, blue, green, brown, black, orange, or pink. If you come over here, man, we try to treat each other like family, especially if you're on a regular. Now, we doing certain topics of discussion and you guys come in the chat and you guys troll. That's not family. I'm talking about like Mel, AJ, y'all constantly come. Listen, man, this ain't that. This ain't a race thing. This ain't a and again, I'm not explaining myself because not to that degree, but I just want to, man, welcome. If you come here, man, and we're respectable, of course, we know everybody's different. Everybody don't, you know what I'm saying, think the same. But if you come over here, man, I try to coin myself as the community, family, peace sector, where we can come and get away from a lot of the bullshit that's being, you know what I'm saying, put out here and projected on the internet. Even with the narratives from other content creators with this Nolan Well case, you know what I'm saying, I try to be, you know what I'm saying, fair. I try to be as pessimistic, as optimistic, and as devil's advocate, or, you know what I'm saying, on both sides as I can. Because again, I don't know what happened. Again, only thing I could do is speculate and guesstimate until, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say the actual truth until, you know what I'm saying, whatever they come out with to be the actual truth comes out. And guess what? Even within that still don't mean I would have to believe it. See, and that's what's crazy because everybody keeps saying, wait till the investigation over with, wait till they come up with all the evidence, wait till they do this, that, and the third. Now, if they come out with something and they say, okay, well, it's nothing, he did just drown, and is everybody going to be content with that? So the people that's saying that, are you just going to be content with that? Oh, well, they said ain't nothing happened. Come on, man. We know something happened. How the fuck did he just accidentally drown? Like, right? So it's so either way, man, if an arrest is not made or something don't become of this, it's just crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I want to get into the young lady that was hung too. So tomorrow Music Day. But man, we going to try to dibble and dabble into this young lady that was hung too in Jackson, Mississippi, man. This shit is a tragedy. This shit is the same. And this shit is sickening. But I'm going to leave y'all. I came to you, man. Let's keep everybody in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. Once again, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, prayers, views, and meditations. And lastly, family, let's keep everyone in our thoughts, our prayers, our views, and meditations. And secondly, don't forget to master these 5 key components of life. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. That's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And one last time, family, for those in the back, that's love, peace, respect, motivation, and inspiration. And don't forget the most important part about all those components, the glue that holds all that together, that's that support. So don't forget to E40 that thing, man. You feel me? Because that's that seasoning. You feel me? And sprinkle a little support on top because a little support go a long, 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 long way, y'all. Hey, man, with that being said, 2 Wheels, you there, 2 Wheels? I see my panel of security there. All right, my panel of security probably didn't went to sleep. But look, check it out, man. Y'all know what it is. I'm going to leave you like I came to you, man. Just like that, all superheroes don't wear capes, but they still need their theme music. So to all my superheroes, all my Beardonians, and all my beautiful people, man, I want to say this. Those that fuck with us, fuck with us. Those that don't, fuck with us anyway, man. And also, man, go support those who support me because I support them until further notice. So make sure y'all go tap in with my blooder, TMB.544, the podcast. Make sure y'all go tap in with Lil Bro, 2 Heels, STS, where we talk all things WWE, man. Hey, and everybody else that come on the channel, man, if y'all got channels, make sure if y'all here, make sure y'all put them in the link. Make sure y'all go tap into my boy Fanbo Podcast, Dr. Chocolate, and a host of slew of other people, man. But with that being said, man, listen, same brown time, same brown channel. Y'all come brown now, you hear? Hey, Sunday to Saturday, man, we got something going on every day of the strong. Make sure y'all tap in with your people. Hey, we out. Peace. Let's close out here with a little beautiful bean music.
Guys, yeah. My name is Cito. You already know that, dog. This the hottest show you gon' find around. If young niggas ain't known, you need to ask around. This is bearded conversation. It's all love and no hate. Around here we good, but we aim to be great. Dip back in the bay, enjoy your Scooby snacks. Around here we just talk about this and all that. We talking real life, every day and every night. And if you need to clear the air, you can bring your wife. We got church on Sunday, that's on the west side. We got virtual reality, in case you're scared of outside. See, we got what you need, and that's a guarantee. The best thing about it is absolutely free. Bearded conversations, all love ain't no hate. Enjoy Scooby snacks while we get back to the business. Don't matter if you black or white, who you think is wrong or who is right. These are just opinions, some inside from a different walk of life. Yeah, see, my name is Cito. Hit that like button, share, subscribe. Buy this man a coffee. Don't forget to lead over follow. Don't forget to love those that love you. And don't ever forget that you ain't never been richer than you are right now.
Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man. Like the video, man. Thumb up the video, man.
Like he said, you feel me? Hey, man, before we get up out of here, man, why Trump say, goddamn it, if Iran don't comply, he gonna send old block to Iran. Trump is a motherfucking fool, man. Hey, man, listen, man, big ups to everybody for joining the stream tonight, man. Appreciate everybody. Y'all know what I like to say before I get all the way on up out of here, man. Listen, when we come together, man, may we always meet on a level. Once we in each other's presence, may we always be humble and plumb. And when we leave each other's presence, may we always part on the square. Some more to be, some more to be, some more to be. So may it be, family. Peace, y'all. Hey, man, and don't forget, you talk brown to me, I talk brown back at you. Peace.